Okay. We're just doing a little check. It looks like YouTube really does not want to update my title. Oh well, that's just going to have to be what it is. Okay, so for anybody who is tuning in, today we are going to be looking at the monitor more in depth, which refused to let me name it the monitor. So again, my nemesis, how dare you? The same could be said of the Defiant, naturally, as they will not allow you to name your Defiant USS Defiant, even though that would, match my tendency to name ships exactly what they are, because I have too many of them and would have no idea what to do with them if they were not appropriately named. All right, so this ship will currently be built for science, but I'm quite confident that when I was building this the other day, and there was this itch in the back of my mind that was like, you are forgetting a console, a universal console that I am sure is wildly important. Well, I mean, it's not wildly important, but it's like, why don't you have this? And hold on, in just a moment, this lady's going to pop up and be like, are you sure you want to leave? Yes, thank you, go away. Now, I was menacing. I was missing the Genesis feed console. So let us see if I have actually bothered correcting my error. Oh, our own head thwarting us. Decentralized immunity, plasma storm module, neutronic eddy generator, temporal vortex probe. Okay, I'm quite sure that I did not. And that appears to be the case. So, all right. This console is one that we were looking at to see if it's even worth anything. Maybe I should keep it on. Maybe the Genesis seed will have to wait. Like, I'll just have to remember that it needs to be replaced. Assuming that this doesn't do any work. Let's just double check our traits to see what we're working with. Superior area denial, obviously, because it's a carrier. Improved photonic officer is also very good for the bonus to the exotic damage, because this current build is very exotic focused. Kick them all there down, because yes, of course, that is exactly what we shall do. And spore-infused anomalies, improve gravity well, and entwined tactical matrices. Yes, these are all good. Now let's see here. I personally consider this to be one of the best survival traits in the entire game. It's basically a 50% uptime of really good regeneration stats. So, my dear viewers, however many of you there may be at this point, if you're having trouble surviving and if you have your reputations this one comes from the Lucari rep. It is like hands down one of the best things you could do for your survival. Like if you are exploding, you may find that upon slotting this that you no longer do that. Auxiliary power configuration offense, yes, because we are using high augs power. Particle generator amplifier, also yes, because bonus exotic damage. And crit chance and crit severity, yes. All of these things look good to me, but again, I'm just doing a quick review to make sure I am not missing anything obvious, where it's like, duh, why? Why would you not have that slotted? Or perhaps, why would you have that slotted? All right, that's all looking good. And then we're going to want to check our duty officers. Active space. Okay, we have projectile weapons officers active, but they are on torps. That might be what we want. Or, because this ship is currently using mines, we might want them to be mines. Gravity well. This is a chance to knock the enemy engines offline, which should not be underestimated. No matter how hard your gravity well pulls, I guarantee you it will pull way harder if your enemies have no engine power or like their engines are offline. Also, I'm pretty sure that this might actually still work on enemies that use augs to dampers. So even if they're not getting sucked in, they just aren't going anywhere. And that is very, very useful. And chance for aftershock gravity wells. I was complaining the other day that this duty officer does not seem to actually work for me all that well. Like it very sporadically will actually bother to function, while it seems that anybody else I see who has this top equipped, just like gravity wells everywhere, proccing all 4 times, just constantly. But for me, it's like I'm lucky if I get one. But you know what? Having said it, perhaps the universe is going to be dead set on proving me wrong, and it's going to be popping out all the time, in which case, yay. So, let's see. Stations, mines. These are basically for torpedoes. All of our control abilities, because this is an unconventional systems build. Yeah, I kind of feel like I would want the mines launching quicker, but you know what, we'll just play with it as is. The parser should be going, you know, of course, if I turn on the parser in-game. And I think that we shall perhaps just hit a random TFO and see what we get. No whammy, please. Like, honestly, if you send me to... what is that gamma one called? We shall find out. I hate it so much. I hate it so much I can't bother to remember the name of it. Swarm. Yes, if we get Swarm, I can just feel in my kitty bones that I do not need to be there. Well, I think we got ground. This is fine. This is part of the process. Oh, we got pulled in. I wonder. Huh. Okay, well, somebody's going that way. Let's see if this direction is taken. And if it is, then tough, because we're not going to be running around. Oh, this is not the weapon I want equipped. I mean, it'll do until we clear this bit here, but I am not thrilled. Obviously, I was using this for anti-proton damage ground.
A placed crystal is under attack. Defend it.
I would like to very much be out of combat, please. Oh, but of course that explodes in your face. Great. Port. Yes. Our Shax cannon, obviously. This character is Cyclops from X-Men themed, so he needs a big beam to go a plow, obviously. And I do use the Boolean cannon as well. this beam. I know it's orange, like it's meant to be orange, but there was enough redness to it when I first saw it that I was like, you know what?
Reinforcements have arrived.
If it's supposed to be better performing, I will take the, in this version of Cyclops, his beams are a little more orange than red. And that is because of reasons. Trek no babble. Balana explain. We have altered the phase due to the,
Placed crystal is under attack.
I don't know,
Defend
harmonic
it.
wave compensators or whatever. So that's why it's orange, and it's fine.
The crystal has been purified. Advance to the next one.
By the way, I am not an opponent of ground. I very much enjoy ground, but I do find that if I'm trying to test a ship, that's when it's like, you're going to be doing ground today. Whoop. And we are not going to be rude and abandon these poor people. It's not their fault that they doing ground when I'm trying to do space. Also, we would end up with a lever penalty. No, this is not my first stream, Goody. Are you on Twitch or are you on... That says Twitch. It was supposed to have updated my stream information. Maybe I meant to actually push a button. Maybe I meant to push a button. Hold on. We're going to be a little negligent to our team. Apologies. Update all. So, Goody, if you can tell me if that has updated appropriately. I don't know if it will update once I'm actually live. If so, I said I was working out the kinks, and that is true. And we can also pretend it's still my first stream. Like, this is just continuing a couple days later. Yay, it updated. Can you tell me if it updated on YouTube as well? Because it was also, like... Perhaps I should have been suspicious when YouTube didn't change. I thought, oh, YouTube is being bad. No, it was Neko. Neko was being bad. This is just me not knowing what I am doing. It is fine. As the title says, it's my first stream, so cut me some slack. It's really just my second stream. And I didn't choose to, continue to tell people that, I'm just a little baby streamer. Alrighty. So, Goody's abandoning his duties. It's fine. I said earlier that YouTube will suffer for my ignorance and, lack of authoritative presence that makes it disrespect my wishes. And so, that it is what it is. If you are offended by the title of my stream on YouTube, you can go watch on Twitch, I guess. Dun dun dun! Yay! Didn't abandon just yet. Yeah, big blast. Ba-boom. Alrighty, well, thank you for your service. Is this thing still... Yes, okay. I must say that... of course. Are you going to destroy it? Nope. That is handy. Now, what was I thinking? Something caught my eye. And I was like, wait, what? No. But, hey, it's fine. Oh, I was going to say, maybe I should just sit next to it. It's fine. Keep destroying it. I'll just keep rebuilding it. Yay! Okay. I do not... Oh, there you are. Now, we are about to discover which one of these... I wonder... I have no idea which one of these has made the most progress, so we might end up running ourselves to the end of this one and it's like, return to the spire. I am not seeing... I've got a lot of stuff on my screen. I'm not seeing where... Oh, is my parser in my own way? Of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? It's fine. We anticipated this complication and we have learned from our mistakes. So now I can see the little status thing that was hidden behind. You couldn't see it, but for me, my parser was there. And so yeah, that was an inconvenient choice of location. But it's fine.
A placed crystal is under attack. Defend it.
Okay, thank you. Are you sure you want to destroy this objective that you must do?
Reinforcements have arrived.
I don't know. Let me think about it. I'm sure that anyone who is presently here with me is like, I was promised that we'd be looking at the monitor, and we will when we are in space. But, you know, random to foe is random. That is, it's in the title. And we have to accept its whims and its plottings, because honestly, I would not be surprised if it's like, we know what you're trying to do. You're trying to show off one particular thing.
Advance to the next
And
one.
we're not going to let you do that, because that would be too convenient. I mean, honestly, I'm focusing on the ship that I feel like most people were like, oh, it's a carrier, it doesn't have a secondary deflector, carriers need so much help, wham, 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 wham. Whatever. I am so here for a nebula carrier, and carriers can really do so much work. I mean, yes, could they do with some help perhaps because flight deck carriers are better or whatever?
Terran reinforcements
Yes,
have arrived.
I'm sure that carriers could use some lovin's. But, and you know what? This new lead designer, he seems inclined to do that. So that'll be great. But in the meantime, they are still quite capable, because even though they don't have a secondary deflector, they have pets. And especially if you bother slotting traits for those pets, like superior area denial, that can really add some numbers to your parse and, you know,
The crystal
make your
has been
enemies rue
purified.
the day that they crossed
Advance to
you.
the next one.
And first of all, okay, so she's gorgeous. I've always loved the nebula. I know that that's a perhaps controversial statement depending on where you stand on the next generation stylings. I know some people are like, oh my god, that fat ship. I mean, they even made a joke about it that I won't go into too much detail, but nobody wants the fat ones
A placed
because I don't want to
crystal is
spoil
under
anything.
attack. Defend it.
But yes, I know that there are some people who are fussy about it, but I have always loved the look of the Galaxy class, honestly. The one caveat that I had with it is oh, that's what I was going to complain about earlier, is having to pick up these dilithium things. Like, yay, recruits, thank you for the dill that you are providing, but why do I have to actively pick it up? And where is my loot pet that will just do this for me?
Crystal is under attack. Defend it.
Oh, are my pets? I think that my pets are not. I've not been using my pets. Good job, me. I was probably doing some TFO on this character, and, you know, must have been one where having your pets out actually kind of like gets in your way, so I took them off, but okay. Return to duty. Yes, the one thing that was kind of a pet peeve, but like honestly it's fine, is the lack of symmetry on the back of the neck, where it has one larger, I think one's supposed to be a shuttle bay and the other is supposed to be a cargo bay. And I would have just preferred that those doors be symmetrical, but it's fine. And
Terran reinforcements have
I
arrived.
have always, hello purple box. I have always liked the nebula. I have always liked the Galaxy class. And I have also always thought that the nebula was a perfect candidate for making a proper Federation looking carrier, because I do not care for the appearance that won the competition for our one, like, supposedly proper Federation Tier 6 carrier. I mean, the thing looks like the Love Boat, in my opinion. It even has a little, like, lifesaver on the bottom of it for man overboard. Yeah, I don't particularly care for it. But not that it's a bad ship, though, mind you, because science carriers can do some work. It has enough intel on it so that if you want to do, like, an Excitus Active Probat back-to-back intel team, Heidi-ho, like, you can just be crouching tiger hidden carrier and ruin something's day. But it's ugly. I mean, but that's the good thing about this Heidi-ho build, is that then you don't have to see it. Or at least it's, you know, mostly translucent. But with the Nebula, okay, well, this is the other thing that I do not like about that carrier, is that I really just wanted a Star Trek carrier that looks, you know, a Federation carrier that looks like a Federation starship with like a saucer, a secondary hull, like some sort of stuff. And I really would have liked it if the Command battle cruisers had been carriers, because they've got some like rather thick looking shuttle bay doors and things that I thought, you know what, they would be perfect carriers. But of course not. We cannot have such nice things. And, but I mean, now we can, because we're getting this Nebula that is a carrier, and it is going to be beautiful. And she is versatile with her Miracle Worker primary spec, you know, giving us an additional console slot, a very annoying ship mechanic. And I mean, but Miracle Worker has a lot going for it. Got some, you know, a decent power base under it. The powers can be useful, and the cyclical quantum slipstream drive, or whatever it is that they called it, their Miracle Worker get up and go, is very handy for getting around. And so this ship for me, I expect, is going to be probably one of my favorites in the whole game, because it's a ship that I like. It's a carrier, and I really do enjoy me a carrier, and it can science, and it should be able to also, you know, like tactically attack things. That's the point of today's stream. You can't tell right now because we're doing ground due to the whims of Random to Foe. But hello, Wendell. Hello again. And but once we are done here, hopefully Random to Foe will take mercy upon us and send us to a space map that does not make us want to commit respawn.
Try to be interesting.
We shall not play this. I mean, we will. Even if it's a bad space map, I will obviously still play it because it needs to be done. And because this stream is not going to be filled with us being a selfish turd to other people. What is this? Zillia's cat charm? Yeah, you can go here. Please move. Yeah, get him. I am good. How are you, Wendell? We're supposed to be showing off a ship in space, but I hit the random button, and we will suffer with its whims, because that is what random does. Okay, thank you, lady. Can I destroy this thing? I cannot? Okay, well that bothers me, because, you know, it's not working anymore because the TFO counts itself as over, but still, that's just irresponsible of me to leave that angry-looking device there. I am glad that you are great, Wendell. Let's see here. We should be doing great. We should be feeling great. Oh, let me see here. I'm minimizing my parser for just a moment while I figure out. Okay, well, you know what? Chat is hidden, and that is fine. Like, we will just leave it behind us. I have been warned, like, one of the reasons why I am here on this little chat thing is, you know, covering it with my body is to protect you, my poor little viewers, in case somebody says something untoward, apparently. I will be held responsible, and I have been informed of this. They're like, if somebody says nasty things in the game chat on your stream, then Twitch and or YouTube will be mad at you. And I'm like, rude. What is this? There is this concept called autonomy. There's this concept called, like, I'm not responsible for every human being who happens to play Star Trek Online, but, you know, whatever. There's actually a word that I was looking for, but like as soon as I went to get it, you know, reached for it in my mind, this word that would have meant exactly what I meant, it's gone. Like, nope. You're not going to tell people. It's like self-actualization. No, it's not that. But anyway, I was being distracted by, I actually do, this has grown on me a bit. Oh, you know what? That's the other thing. We need to check and see, turn the visual back on. Because this is one of the ships that I think the Tilly hull has actually been like, I don't know, for some reason it's been making me like it better. And it could just be my monitor. It could be, you know, how things look to me. To you all, this might appear hideous. You might be like, why is that oil slick on your hull? But I thought it just added a little extra something when I was seeing it on, in particular, the Hydra. And so, I mean, it looks a little weird on the dark spot there, but I think the ship looks like it has a little bit more depth of character. Anyway, we are going to hit that random button and we are going to pray to RN Jesus to have mercy on us and send us to space, and preferably not Defensive Starbase 1 or Swarm, because both of those TFOs are my nemesis. My nemesis, just like this inappropriately named ship. I may actually end up renaming the ship from Nemesis because I'm not sure I want it to be named Nemesis. Just in the moment, I was like, how dare you not let me name you? Yes. I have summoned the random button, and it has summoned me back. Let's leave it. Born system. I think that's a Borg. Yay, Borg! This one tends to go pretty fast, so I'm not... Oh, you know what? That's what's missing. We're a carrier, and we're not using flight deck DOFs. So that is a mistake, but, you know, it depends on what you're aiming at, I suppose. We will have to see. It is either a mistake or it's fine. We will have to see. Murdering everything with science, as one should. Welcome back, Spotman. Ooh. Drifting in a little too aggressively there. Interesting. Why was I seeing... like it's... Why are those Negvars spawned before the cube is dead? Whatever, it's fine. Okay, looks like all the enemies are off the map. So... Yes. Incoming message. Destroy the carrier. I am ready for you, Carrier-chan. So, hello, Swift. We were doing 200k DPS before, you know, that intermission before the carrier comes. So, I would say it's doing quite nicely. Let's see. All of our carrier pets are still alive, so, you know, maybe we don't need to go with flight deck and officers at this time. I generally do prefer them, but when you're trying to do literally everything at the same time, it's, you know, sacrifices must be made. We cannot have all things. I'm just going to go ahead and join random from here. Or it won't let me. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. And, you know, consistency, who needs it? It is going well, Swift. So far. I mean, sort of. The first TFO, like, this is supposed to be a stream where we're talking about this lovely lady here, and first random TFO was ground. So, indeed, it is lovely. I've always liked the Nebula, so, you know, it might end up being the Nebula at some point, but I also do actually like this skin for the ship. But let us hit random again. I just kind of want to play with it as is for a little bit, and then we will look at building it other ways, because I am quite confident that this ship can do basically anything you want it to. It can science. It can do tactical things with beams and cannons and torpedoes and mines and things, and I really want to just... I bought a whole bunch of loadout slots. I think I have like maybe 40 loadout slots waiting in the wings. We are not using all of them on this one ship, but I wanted to have plenty so that as I feature each of the ships from the new bundle, I wanted to be able to throw all kinds of builds on them and, you know, show people that, yes, meta is great and good and whatever, but also you can have fun in so many different ways. Is this ship a good torp boat? If you try hard enough, it can be. Oh, that's right. Let's pre-launch our fighters so that they're not just like, we're wildly unprepared. It's like, let's go into combat with none of our combat pets out. It'll be fine. I mean, it would be because the ship should still slay, but where is my... I don't see my threatening stance. You know what? It's fine. Maybe it'll keep us from getting murdered instantaneously. It very well might not, but here's hoping. Ooh, careful. Let us not die, please. Oh. Thank you, Temporal Spec Primary, for saving us from our folly of, I don't know, were we sitting on top of a bunch of ships when they exploded? Cube, yes. You have our permission to cease existing. I feel like... Indeed, that is the power of science. Ooh. Escape the cutscene. Eh. She does not turn as well as we would perhaps like. She's not the worst, honestly, but... Oh my.
Your efforts are futile.
We're going to give her all of our mines that have played so far, and then light it up with science.
I am full. I am eternal. This
Indeed.
is not
I
the
find
end.
that the turn console, which is like, it's a special RCS accelerator that is crafted, and I do not recall the name of it off the top of my head. Is it? We shall see when I'm back in DS9 space. I should probably be able to find it. But if you get the crafted version with turn as the special modifier on it, it's like plus 100% turn rate, or plus 100, maybe 110 when it's like fully maxed out. Let's see. Yes, conductive RCS accelerator here. So you can see 52.5% flight turn rate. But then if you look a little bit further down, all the way to the bottom, another 52.5% flight turn rate. So this one console is just beautiful for any ship that has difficulty turning. It is really good. And I put it on all of my whalish beauties who refuse to turn around. But it can be wildly expensive. You might luck into somebody selling it for a decent price, but I don't know. I may have seen it as low as 15 million once upon a time, but I feel like it probably goes for more like 50 to 75, especially depending on if it's been fully ranked up. But what is this decent of which we speak? What did I call decent? That did I say decent price? Yes. It's like your privilege is showing. You are space rich. Well, trust me, I've been playing this game for like probably a decade or so by now. So, you know, the wealth she adds up, and like over like in gaming terms, the generational wealth has already accrued. So let's see here. We're just going to, if I type in bracket turn, there's a very high chance that it's going to pull up not what I wanted. Maybe if I specify consoles, ship console. All right, here we have some options. 75 minimum. I think that was another number I was going to throw out there, is like, 50, 75 million. But yeah, well, it's obviously a desirable console. And, having mentioned it on stream, there's not that I'm popular enough yet for that to be a like, you have doomed us all. Why did you say something was good? Yeah, I think people just already knew, obviously, because these prices were established long before I said this console will help your whales move. Indeed, yes. The longer you play, the more opportunities you have. Like, make sure you're doing your make sure you are doing your Admiralty, which I will just go ahead and let you guys in on a little secret of if you find Admiralty entirely too tedious, is that, oh look, we have an open slot. Klingon. I usually prefer Klingon or Ferengi, and I tend to do both, like one and then the other. And that's for the campaign bonus. But if you're being lazy, just select, get rid of as many ship tiers as you can. I have so many tier 6 ships that I could just endlessly run Admiralty and never run out of them. But if you don't have that, then, maybe you don't quite do exactly this. But if you're being lazy, then just literally assign the first ship in every, this one, see, bam, bam, bam. I don't care how much of a crit are we going to get, how much success rate, just send it and go. Because I do not have the bandwidth, honestly, for try-hard Admiralty, especially because I have 30 characters, perhaps. So, yeah, I'm not doing try-hard Admiralty. I do send it all out, and whatever comes back as appropriately completed. Thank you. And anything that's acknowledge report because we have failed due to your lack of supervision, I'm like, that's fine. It's a numbers game after all. So as long as they mostly succeed or mostly come back, then it goes. And it does make me quite a bit of resources. Indeed. I don't even concern myself with, if it's you have a 50% chance of succeeding, I'm like, that is good enough. Send, go. But let's see here. I don't think I want to change my build just yet. I think we're going to join random again and see what we get. But yes, that number was delightfully high until it tanked a bit. I mean, 268k tanking. Yes, that was my numbers tanking. But of course, the five onslaught is, I believe, the the king, the queen, the sovereign of psi damage. If you want to like flex and be like, look at all these numbers. You suck everything in and just get it. Oh, this one's a bit tedious as well, but it'll be fine. Go away, lady. Yes, I am seeing that my threatening stance is not present. Also, launch our ships. Let's be a responsible player of the game. Should be in the T's. There you are.
Alliance forces, the station is under heavy attack.
I don't think we are in too much danger of needing... Not that one. Yeah, that'll do. Whee! We are just going to have some moderate visibility issues. I would very much enjoy a, like, transparency slider on certain powers. Or, you know, psi magic in general would be fine, because I imagine giving us individual sliders for it. Gravity well is fine, but the plasma storm is a little much. You know, that'd probably be a bit intensive, but like transparency slider when, gamma slider when, whatever. Like whichever slider stops burning my eyes. 2 gravity wells. Are these my fault? If these are my fault, then yay. Like, cause all that Doff did something this one time. Alright. This is actually reminding me of one thing that I should definitely be doing with my build, is making a version of it, like even if it's science, that is like take out the revolutionary set, which is, you know, arguably the best science set, and put on the competitive engines and the colony deflector, so that, you know, I still get those, that crit chance and crit severity, but also have that, you know, get up and go of the competitive engines. You know, I don't need to waste my time on this person. Let's just zip off over here. Let us run from a portal that is opening beneath us. You know what? That's how it do sometimes. Let's go. Maybe I should divert all power to engines. And then the rest into augs. There. Why does that portal feel so far away? Go. And of course they beat us to it. How dare you? It's fine though. I appreciate your service. Cannon scatter volley is a good thing. We may in fact even do a version of the ship that has cannon scatter volley, because that was my intention of this stream, is like really building the heck out of it. Just all the things that we could possibly do with it. I figured we'd play with it for a little bit, you know, with what we have already, just to not constantly be doing builds. But I was kind of hoping to luck into maybe like ISA, but we could always just queue directly for ISA, can't we? Ooh, you popped out. That was not a good timing for you or NPCs. Transport our mines to them so they can have a bad day. It would be prudent for us to have a build for speed, as I said, but I do not wish to be lazy at this time and like go out of combat just so I can make that one change. Well, looks like we are getting hailed, so this is our opportunity. As soon as we get out of combat.
Something massive is coming through a portal. It's Terok Nor.
What? Do we not have our competition engines on us right now? Oh, wait, they're not called competitive. They're like
To the Terran Empire!
prevailing something. I don't know, it'll be fine. Sure, we can find it. Stop it. Oh, did we get attacked by something? What?
Lower your defenses
What just happened?
and surrender!
Ugh. We're being attacked by something. You know what? It's fine. Oh, we're over here near Terragnor. Well, you know what? Let's wreck its day real quick. And then... And then, you know what? We're just going to suffer through this with our current state, I guess. And then we will be better prepared for our next attempt.
Surrender
Mind
now!
creep behavior, you can get off of my bar. I want my mines to always creep, thank you. Let's see, what do we have here? I should put on the shield. Distribute shields forward.
Make repairs!
Oh, either this one or... Okay, I already had that on my bar, but let's see.
You are fools to oppose us.
DS9 to Alliance forces. Terok Nor has been disabled.
Indeed. Take that, Lita. Three consoles you say are missing: the M6 computer, Domino, and the dynamic power redistributor module. I have heard tale that the
Reality.
gonna let us beam things up while in combat. Good. Good. The DPRM might be getting itself in a mud bundle in a not too distant future, which would be most beneficial because it's honestly much more affordable for a premium ship like that to be in a mud bundle, especially if you ever invest in alts. Because I don't have the DPRM. I do not have the DPRM personally. I know I am space rich to a degree, but even I am like, that's steep, especially for... Because I would probably want the ship on a different character. I really probably wouldn't fly it very much on my main. And so if I could like get the console on my main and then hand the ship off to somebody who will actually use it, that would be great. But also if I could just get it account wide in a mud bundle, that's when you're going to get me. So, and Domino, I do feel sorry for you. If you cannot have been here for when that event was running, so you're going to have to get it out of the Phoenix packs. And that Phoenix pack is going to be probably very unkind to you trying to get your epic token. I have a friend who recently started playing the game, not too recently, but they've been at it for a while, and their estimation is that they've poured over $100 into the exchange trying to make Zen into dilithium to get the they may have estimated more than 100. Like, just they've poured money into it, and they still have not gotten a single epic token to get the one domino that they wanted. And they've basically, last we spoke, I'm pretty sure that they told me that they were giving up on that endeavor because they just were not getting the one thing that they wanted out of those boxes. And I'm like, yep, that's... And especially, it's so sad that those are not even an account-wide unlock if you get one of those epic tokens. So, yeah, I'm not thrilled with the Phoenix box. I think it could use some improvements for the sake of, you know, if you're going to have to work that hard for an epic token, then it should give you an account-wide unlock of whatever it is that you take from that box. I only have 15 EC. Well, I do hope it is because you spent all of your hard-earned monies on something that is bringing you joy. it is an upgrade weekend, so I will probably be looking at acquiring some upgrades for, I'm sure some character of mine has probably, like, I tend to build a character and, you know, try to generally, like, I have gear that I take from one character to another, and then once their reputations are done and whatnot, I, you know, get their build ready, but then I wait for an upgrade weekend because I'm not going to fully upgrade everything on a character all at once when there is no upgrade weekend, because why would I do that to myself? Part of being rich in general is very often being frugal. So my space richness in Star Trek Online, like Rich Dad Poor Dad taught me, don't spend don't spend your dill when there's no upgrade weekend. Oh, yes, drop off these people, please. Drop them off. Why are they not going? You don't want to be aboard this dilapidated space station that we have left in ruins? I don't understand why. Let's go. Let's see, how much more time do we have? 40, about 40 seconds at this point, so... We're doing pretty decent damage considering that we are not even paying attention to doing that. We're just laying mines and then they happen upon unsuspecting enemies and then their days are wrecked, and that's okay with me. Also, I've been, like, my macro is firing off everything, like literally everything, including my anomalies, just with utter abandon and disregard. And in fact, I should probably stop that. Because very soon we will have a group of enemies that it would be handy if my anomalies weren't all just, like, hither and there for no reason. Oh, answer hail. Okay. Please, anomalies, be off of cooldown. Or, you know, my gravity well. Well, who knows? We will see. Let it, oh,
Our reinforcements will
unskippable.
put you in your
Okay.
place.
Yay! Our anomalies were off cooldown. Get wrecked, y'all. Send them our mines. Stop with your temporal shenanigans, please. I would like for you all to just be gone. Is it done? Did we do it? Oh. Dun, dun, dun.
You haven't seen the last of me.
Indeed, we have not. We will see very much more of you, lady. I'm so glad that we permanently have these people transported aboard us. You live here now. There should be an option that we can fly back over to Deep Space Nine and be like, here you go, take them back. Take them back. Nope. Nope, she won't take them back, it's fine. But we are going to go ahead and do at least that one other build real quick. We shall do it in space. Something I'm becoming very acutely aware of is that I need to buy more inventory space. Because basically, if you're going to be doing any kind of, like, swap your build, you better have room in your inventory to basically hold everything that you own. At least anything that you actually use. Okay, this lady is going to talk to us. Yes, go away. And then... Alright. Loadouts. So everything has unsaved changes. Let's take a moment to see. I think it was just me adding a few things for convenience and whatnot. So yes, we shall save these changes. I'm not aware of it messing anything up. Everything. And then we are going to take this off for prevailing. Is it? Yes, please show up. And then we are going to use a colony Okay, we have two choices. Can I move this? Okay. Oh, let's see here. Impulse expertise, Starship exotic particle generator, Starship control expertise. So I do think shield penetration. I think that this is the one that I use on science-based vessels. Hull capacity, well, it's probably also the one that I use. I think they're both just designed for science ships could use them admirably. This is the more DPS focused one. This is the more like stay alive. Let's see here. Oh, something is happening. Follower received. Thank you, Swift. Thank you. All right, you have a good night. Let's see here. So this one should be the more damage-based one, if I can find, yeah, the impulse expertise and weapon specialization points. So this one's more like DPS focused, DPS League approved, and of course the shield penetration. This one, I believe, is also similarly re-rolled for controls and is, it's got some hull capacity, shield capacity, impulse expertise. So at least it still also has something that helps you go faster. We haven't had trouble surviving so far, so we'll go with the DPS focused one. And we're going to change out our warp core to the mycelial one to retain our Tilly 2-piece, because if we didn't do that, then my statement about not having trouble dying would immediately become untrue. So let's see here. Oh, this one is also something that we could, get to gold during this upgrade weekend. Let's see, do I actually have... Do I have... upgrades? We want Phoenix upgrades. So NX? Nope. They may be in my account bank. I tend to keep things in my account bank so that they are readily available. I always try to be a good little Neko about putting them back when I am done with them so that I don't have to go, who did I leave these upgrades on? But that is a problem for another day. Anyway, or, perhaps even just later, but save to. New loadout slot. This is going to be everything fast, perhaps. Because, or perhaps everything and move. Will it let us do an ampersand? And no, special symbols are prohibited. Why? Everything fast. Yeah, that's cute. I'm good with that. And honestly, we should have a science, but faster too. Oh, you know what? That's something that we should be checking is the actual full parser. Let's see. Analyze log. And at some point I should probably set my OBS to pull up this screen for you when I want you to be able to see it. The analysis is taking a moment. Okay. Hive. I think when we did Hive, that would be a very good example of, did the ignition console do anything at all? So it says I came out of Hive doing 268, well, honestly, 269k damage by the end of it. We're looking at the analysis reports. Okay, nucleogenic ignition is listed as having done 18,945. So 18k, almost 19k DPS. That's not shabby. So maybe that thing is worth slotting. Let's just check pets real quick. Pet. To see if it's also maybe something in here. Nope, didn't go into pets. So it is only on the main page, the player page rather, and it tells me that it did basically 19k damage from that one console. So yeah, that did some work. Maybe we have actually found ourselves another golden console of Science Massacre that is actually worth something. Let's see here. Plasma Storm. And we do need to... Everything. Why does everything say that there are unsaved changes? Or everything fast? We didn't... Did we? I'm confident we did not actually change anything. That is... that is worrisome, actually. Quick little check. Roster. Active space. They are the people. Powers, yes. I don't know why it's claiming our trait. Like we have an unsaved change. Well, we're going to save it anyway, and that may have been a mistake, but I think it'll probably be fine. But something that is missing from this build, as I stated earlier, is we do not have Genesis seed on this build, and I would expect that to be a good performer. The question is, what do we remove for it? I like that this gives control expertise. And there is the question of, would Genesis seed be better than this? I would be loath to remove basically anything that we have. And of course, this build has like mine shenanigans, which is why we named it everything, is because we're like trying to literally do everything. We're doing mines, we're doing torpedoes, we're doing all the carrier stuff, we're doing all the science stuff, like all the things at once is kind of what this one's trying to do. And naturally, I mean, obviously it's doing well, but it's not necessarily the most optimal. Like that's something that we're going to have to see. We're going to switch to science now. If the game cooperates, we will be switching to science in the near future, yes. Tachyon Net Drones. Okay, so that is a very potent active console. The question is, I mean, I very often find that I do not need this console personally. Well, like I very rarely have the occasion to use it. It's only castable on a boss, really, because everything else dies too quickly for it to even bother spawning. So I'd be inclined to Genesis Seed. I have 2 of them in my main inventory for unclear reasons. Let's see. I kind of am a little neurotic about I like my damage powers to be near each other. So honestly, they should all be on this bar. Am I going to... I'm not going to do that. Not at this exact moment. I'm not going to let my neuroses overtake me. If I move all my damage powers onto this one thing, it's going to be like, and now put everything on your bar. So we're not going to do that right now. But Genesis Seed, did you go to my bar of your own accord, or did you defiantly not get on the bar? Let's see. I believe the power from this console is also called Genesis Seed, so hopefully it will just mercifully be in the G's and not be named something entirely different. Okay. Let's see here. Did I not put the Genesis seed on? What? Enhanced subspace wake generator. Okay, perhaps I was not paying sufficient attention. There we go. Now, did that jump onto the bar? I don't see anything on cooldown, so I'm guessing not, because things like that usually pop on. Genesis seed. Yes, thank you. Sweet mercy. Naming the console the same thing as the power. Let's see. I'd probably be inclined to put this ahead of that. All right. So we need to save those changes to science. And then what else? We need to, because like I said, I'm quite confident that this is going to be a much favored chip of mine, so I have no problem giving it every build. We're going to do everything fast. Science fast. Perhaps that is the height of decadence, but we're going to perhaps do this. Okay, this one, is it the right one? Shield penetration, correct. Prevailing, correct. Mycelial, correct. And we're going to save to new loadout slot, science, fast. Or maybe it should be named science speed. But we will consider that later. I feel as though, obviously, well, science. We named it science, but it's still using minds. But, it could be, we could put energy weapons in the back and focus on our torpedoes more in the front. And I don't know, there's so many things that we could do with the ship. It's honestly a little bit difficult, aside from the fact that we need to load out for the fast and the slow version of some of these. But, on the versions of this where we are not focusing on science, we may in fact not be using the revolutionary set, which is not currently slotted, but let's see. What would I like to do next? I kind of want to do something very aggressively carrier focused, not focusing on the pets, because there's the console and the trait from the Hydra that are both quite potent for a carrier. And honestly, I really wish that I had bought, well, I'm going to go check the exchange before I open my mouth, because I don't know, I'm paranoid about you say something on air and then immediately the prices of everything on the exchange changes. It's as if people are listening. And I'm going to, no. I do not want to play that game. Thank you. I'm going to go check on this item before anybody has the chance to change the prices on me. Because if it is reasonably priced, then I will acquire it. And if not, then I'm waiting for it to go into the infinity box. And I may have said too much already, for those of you who can guess what I might be looking for. Yeah, see, 150 million for this trait is unacceptable to me, because that's there's another carrier trait that is usually about this price. And no, that's also one that I do not possess. I would expect this to go down into like the 35 mil range that is normal of traits. And it was like 45 before, and that's why I didn't buy it, because like, you're 10 million overpriced. I'm not going to do that. And then they announced a nebula carrier, and I slept on that apparently, because the price has aggressively worked against me. Also, I'm pretty sure that the lockbox that it came in was the previous lockbox. So now that that lockbox is not the present one, it's not the new hotness, I have to wait for it to go into the infinity box. It's fine. We're fine. You can tell that we're fine because we keep saying it. Oh, did I move something? Yes. So now we have Borg infection. As I always say, we do not want people to know that we have Borg on board until it is too late. And then we shall save to science fast, because that is what we are doing. But like I said, we are going to look into something much more carrier focused. So I think, well, you know what? Do I need to go back onto the station and yeet my inventory? Yes, it looks like I do. So we're going to do that real quick. What? The lady who asks, "Are you sure you wanted to leave?" has a purpose? Maybe I should be more considerate of her. Hold on. First of all, disable these visuals as well, because no. And then let's also check everything fast, because I'm quite confident that it has. Yes. Be gone. I would love a setting that is like default to disabled visuals. Wait, did I not just save you? Everything fast. And let us make sure. Okay. Right. We were going to yeet our inventory out of existence, and then we're going to aim for a carrier build that, no, dock, yes. That focuses on our pets with like really aggressively aiming for the traits and stuff. Ooh, you know what? I even have traits that I've not honestly bothered using. Well, I think we can sell here. I normally, no, we're going to go sell to Quark. It's tradition. It is tradition. We sell to Quark. Hello, our old friend. What can you do for me? You can take all of this garbage and give me my recycling fee. I think my headcanon for this must be that Quark takes our garbage from us, and there's like some recycling program to which we are not privy, and he recycles this like into the replicator and somehow turns a profit. He's like, "You think I actually sell all this stuff to somebody somewhere else? No, sweetie. I throw it into the replicator, and then, the station commander is a moron, and he gives me far more than it's worth as like compensation for being a responsible recycler." All right. So back to space. But what I was saying earlier is that we have a trait from the, I bought one of the Muds bundles that gave me the Voth carrier, which is primarily for my costuming shenanigans. As those of you watching may have noticed, my character is named Cyclops, and he is also modeled to look like Cyclops from the X-Men. And so obviously that Voth carrier is about as close as you're going to get to like a Star Destroyer. So, yeah, like maybe if I make a Darth Vader at some point, or just some other Star Wars style character, then that was the intention. But in the meantime, we have a starship trait that is very carrier based, and I think it's called like Voth carrier synergy, so it should be down here. Voth carrier synergies. Let's see. When this trait is slotted, your engineering and tactical abilities will grant a buff to you and your hangar pets. Wait, does that say based on if the threatening stance is on or off? Oh, interesting. Okay, so perhaps like if you're threatening, it's engineering, and if you're not, it's tactical powers. When using any engineering buff ability, plus 10% incoming hull healing for 15 seconds, enables immunity shield on your pets for 15 seconds. When using any tactical buff ability to self, plus 10% all damage for 15 seconds, enables... Wait, is that bonus? No, it's not bonus, so it's just category 1. Okay. And then enables aceton mode on your pets for 15 seconds. See, it is not being super clear as to which one of those is based on if threatening stance is on or off. And I don't know which one of those is actually preferable. So, maybe I should consult the wiki. I shall consult the wiki. Let us find the wiki. Star Trek Online Voth Carrier Synergies. All right, it says the same thing. Except for it makes no mention of this threatening stance thing. And I honestly do not know if this trait is going to be worth slotting, but there's only one way to find out, I suppose. So I will put it here. And also, something that we can just do is launch some pets. I like that they do come out of their little hangar. Select one to see what happens, and then I'm going to hit... I hit an engineering ability. They got an immunity shield. I'm going to hit a tactical ability. They got aceton mode. And, of course, our superior area denial triggered. So, okay, perhaps it doesn't care if threatening stance is on or off, and they just put the title, like, it's in the description for no reason. Okay. That's fine. Traits. Okay, so we are also... The question is, do we want this carrier-focused build? We could obviously do a still rather science-focused one, but we could aim at... Oh, well, you know what? Because unconventional systems could also be used with consoles that are very carrier-focused to keep the cooldowns low. So, I mean, we could get rid of the things that focus on the damage of our science abilities. Although improved gravity well, I would be, like, very disappointed to part with because it's just so happy that it is the ruin of our enemies, which is the name of a different trait that I do not own, but let's see here. I don't know off the top of my head the name of that trait from the not Hestia, Hydra. Star Trek Online Hydra. So we are going to go look it up. Its trait is called, if the wiki would scroll more quickly, Strike Group Command Authority. So it should be in the S's. Scrolling. Scrolling. Here we are. let's see. Should be 30% bonus damage because our greatest pet is a fighter. I do not know if that would be worthwhile to have perhaps a frigate, like one frigate, one fighter, or like multi-vector or saucer sep. We cannot do saucer sep with this ship, I do not believe, even though you would think that they could give it to the ship. And honestly, I do not like saucer separation. It normally makes the ship look very ugly. So I wouldn't want to even if I could. All right, let's see. Are there other carrier-based space traits? I feel like there is one and I may have it. Or is that a personal space trait? I may in fact not have it. It might be the one that's kind of a little too rich for my blood. But like if we're really, well, also because they just released a carrier and that tends to crazy increase the cost of anything related to whatever they just released. So I would not be surprised. Oh, does holographic mirage decoys protect our, yep, hanger pets? I'm not sure if that's worthwhile, especially if we bother switching our build over to flight deck duty officers to increase our relaunch time, you know, for just in case our pets take a spanking. Which there are some maps that like yeet your pets out of existence with such a fervent vengeance that, well, actually holographic mirage decoys may be worth slotting. It depends. If we, like, I could get rid of the mines and not do hot pursuit. I am a big fan of mines though, so I would actually really like to keep them, but you cannot do all things and do them all super well at the same time. So we will see. I guess, well, you know what? There are carrier traits that even, which actually would synergize very well with a mine build. So, let's see here. Kick them while they're down. Spore infused anomalies. We could maybe get rid of these, even though I'm loath to do so. But I promised a carrier build, did I not? Like a pet-focused carrier build. So, which would like definitively require that we use the flight deck duty officers for what we want. I don't know. Will we end up using all? No, actually, we can't have. I think maybe it's 30 builds is the limit per ship. Once upon a time, I thought, who would ever? Why is this necessary? But with this particular ship, I'm like, okay, I can see why. Perhaps one would want all the things. Okay, we're gonna have to try and remember. It'll be in the R's for relaunch and repair is the first one that I was thinking of. And then there's one from the Seneca. We will actually, here's also a way that we could have looked things up. Well, no, we need to be in the ships. Tier 6. Seneca. Tell us, lady, what is your trait? You will unlock the Supplementary Coordination Network. Right. You must get rid of something else. I might not end up slotting Improved Gravity Well if we start like really running out of spaces, depending on what we do. Let's see. So, to tell you my thought process, where I'm really wanting to like kind of focus on mines, is because of these two powers of supplemental coordination network, I should show you what it does. When you launch Hangar Pets, 5% cooldown or recharge reduction for captain abilities and command specialist abilities, which the command thing doesn't matter for us in this particular case. But we get the same benefit of command or captain cooldown from relaunch and repair, and also some health regen, which is, very useful for survivability. But these will basically just crazy be constantly cooling down our relocate mines. So if we focus on just popping out mines like nobody's business, we can relocate them like aggressively, like constantly almost. Let me see here. So I am loath to not have my con officer or get up and go, but sacrifices must be made. Back. First, what we want is a light deck officers and hangar bays and boarding party. Reduce the relaunch time. I also do not care to part with my gravity well knocking people's engines offline. And of course we do not care about recall mode. But again, sacrifices must be made, and this particular build is intended to focus on our pets. So we just need to learn to embrace the pain of sacrifice. It'll make us stronger in the end. Perhaps, depending on how this build manifests. Let's see. Flight deck, no. Projectile weapons officer. Then I want mines. Mines. Okay, let's see here. We could potentially maybe swap out one or two of these people, because having two of the doffs can be quite productive, but 3 is definitely better. But especially if your hangars get out of sync with each other, then the suffering commences in that they do not launch how they really should. But perhaps a projectile weapons officer could end up being sacrificed for, either getting our con officer back or, some other shenanigan, depending on what we require. And then, again, at first, we've already made so many changes, we're going to save it to new loadout, that we are going to call carrier or pet mines. Pet mines. I like descriptive terms. All right. So, things that increase the damage of our pets would be, oh goodness, again with the sacrifices. We are going to remove this for sensor suspension burst. The power that should, the active power of it. Specifically, we're looking at the 2-player hangar pets and summons within 20 kilometers, 30% critical hit chance for 20 seconds. So, yeah. And with an unconventional systems build, I'm expecting this to have a very high uptime. Oh, something has happened. Oh, we have been raided. Hello, Adam the Ant. Adam the Ant Plays is the channel name. Thank you for raiding us. Your joyous assault upon our presence is most welcome. Now, let's see here. Again, I'm so loath to remove all of these delicious, luscious science consoles, but I also need to figure out, we're going to take a real quick cheat peek at the harmonic yield distribution. Harmonic yield is what we're looking for. To harmonic. This is, oh, okay. The angry tooltip. There we go. Yes, the 30% turn speed, flight speed, and damage for your hangar pets and targetable torpedoes. Like, in this instance, we do not care about that. But the damage increase, this is one of the rare damage increases in the game that is specifically for your pets. Also, engaging the Hydra will potentially be something dangerous for us to do. So we are going to slot that. And what is this? Neutronic eddy generator. Yep, we're making all kinds of sacrifices today. Swarmer matrix, I believe is what it's called. And it, similarly, wait. That's, okay, here it is. 30% turn speed, flight speed, and damage for your hangar pets. And 2 targetable torpedoes. So it is, again, oh, and 50 projectile weapon training. So our focus on mines is not for naught. It is a double negative for naught. Let's see here. And those drone swarms, if we activate them and spam them, will probably just be like additional, just, actually we're probably going to make the entire map invisible with this build. Just all the enemies are going to be cloaked because of all of the mines we will be spitting out, all of the pets we will be spitting out. I would also be kind of tempted to just really meme this as a carrier. Oh goodness, what is it called? Flyers? No. It's the console from the Donnie. So I'm going to, again, use the handy dandy trick of are you referring to your modhood, Adam? Has Neko Majesty bequeathed thee with power? Indeed, yes, yes. I expect you to hold it high and proclaim, I have the power! Okay, again, we are easily distracted, and it is one of our most endearing qualities. Let's see here. The Donnie. So legendary. Gonna be a temporal thing. Will that actually him? Yes. Okay. Console. Tell us what console you come with. Reinforcing squadrons. So squadrons is the operative word we're looking for. Squad. Let's see. Shield hit points. Hopefully that will be more impressive when it's actually on. Yes. It was like 2.4. Enjoy. Kinetic damage resistance rating. That is an interesting thing to put on here, but you know, like, whatever, fine. It's fine. More pet damage would have been preferable, but it is what it is. But it launches a squadron of tactical flyers at target, launches 4 tactical fighter squadrons to harass foes. Affected pets gain 25% bonus all damage for 20 seconds. Affected pets. I wonder if that means all pets on the field or just them. But if it's all pets on the field, then again, oh my god, our pets are gonna slay. Slay! Okay, we obviously need to keep our Lorca console, but I think we might be getting rid of this Fakiri Torment engine. It depends. It really does depend. Decentralized immunity. I would be tempted to keep this due to its survivability, and it also is, you know, a decent crit severity thing. But let's see. We're using photon-based mines. We have one quantum, which is because we need it for the Lorca 2-piece. I would kind of be inclined to maybe put on some consoles that boost our mine damage. So like I have what are these? These are phaser based. So if I type in photon, these photon ones, these are from the colony world. And like anybody who tells you, don't waste your resources on the colony tactical consoles because only a fool would not take the Spire ones with crit chance or even crit severity. Boo to that, boo to all of that, because these are one of the best survival consoles that you could possibly slot, especially if you're using a lot of firing modes. Like in particular, this one focuses on kinetic firing modes though, because it is a kinetic based thingamajig. So we would have to, well, I mean, we're not using entwined tactical matrices right now for our torpedo spreads. So we might end up, no. Do we have? Maybe, you know what? We're going to have to look at it. These are good consoles for survival. Ideally, in this circumstance, we would want like perhaps torp spread and our mine firing pattern to be setting them off. But if you are using like on a command ship with concentrate firepower, you'll probably, or if you are using entwined tactical matrices, you would use torpedo high yield, even though high yield is dramatically underwhelming compared to torp spread. It would be better to use it because it'll like conflict with your entwined tactical matrices if you're focusing on kinetics with that power. Let's see. So many things that we must consider. We're going to have to look at our build again because we want these to trigger our superior area denial. We do have a mine power. I would prefer to have a torp power. And what I'm seeing that we could do is, because we're using these as temporal, we could slot a tactical officer here, get torp spread from their lowest, and then use these powers, like still make them a temporal operative. So we wouldn't actually be losing carriers without SAD. Make me sad. Indeed, that is the truth. If you do not have SAD and you love carriers, then you should be sad. And fortunately, unfortunately, it's in a bundle, but fortunately, it is just a C-store bundle. And like if it's during a 30% off bundle sale, getting the 12th anniversary bundle, like every ship in that pack is really good. And the superior area denial trait that you get only in the bundle, do not break that bundle, is very potent and very good. And basically anybody who has carriers should want that. Indeed. Yes, that is what I was referring to in that bundle, is that you can get it account unlocked. Yay! I cannot tell you how thrilled I was when that bundle was announced. I'm not sure if I don't recall how much I cared about the other ships in that bundle at the time, but I was like, oh my god, account-wide SAD. Let's see here. You know what? We might do that. We might actually replace this bridge officer with a tactical, and then we'll just be sacrificing this one control ability for a torp spread. Because what would we do for want of a torp spread? But let us count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We would have 7 control powers. Is that enough? Because we are going to be doing an unconventional systems build here, because I do want our carrier-based shenanigans of like the swarmers, these reinforcing squadrons, not this. Yes, this too. And this, all these active powers that we're doing that are very aggressively carrier pet focused. I want those like just constantly going off really. So the thing that we were debating what we're going to do with is, you know what? Critical chance and severity are not perhaps as useful for us if we are not, because that doesn't translate into your pet's damage. I don't know if all damage increases their damage though. It might. I feel like I've heard that to be true. I love the Miracle Worker Lexington, and the Adamant isn't bad either. Have no opinion on the other two. Miracle Worker Lexington, yes. Adamant. Yes, I do like the Adamant. It is a very good Defiant. I love that it's intel, and so I can do a whole bunch of hidey-ho shenanigans with it, just like constantly hidden. I also actually do that with the Lexington because it has just enough intel. I think it has a lieutenant intel, so it can do back-to-back intel teams with Fresh from R&R and Excitus Actoprobat. So it's basically a firewall cloak chip. Like, it's the scimitar of the Federation. And let's see, the Adamant, I similarly do those fire from cloak type of builds on it, preferably. The Trailblazer is honestly one of the best ships in the game. It is just so versatile and capable. And like, you can totally fly that ship and not fly it as if it's a science ship. And I love that about it, because if you, like me, Voyager is my favorite Star Trek. And not that, like, don't get me wrong, I like the others too. It's not like it's a wide, like, aggressive lead. It's just that it has a special place in my heart. And I love, like, basically everybody from that show. I loved the ship, like, just I really enjoyed that one. But you know, you didn't really see it like firing off gravity wells and things like that. So being able to fly the Voyager as like a normal looking Star Trek ship, I very much appreciate that it's not like a crazy hit to take that ship and fly it that way. All right. So, pet mines, we should probably go ahead and save changes that we have already done. And are we going to make, it's already a fast version, thankfully. Hopefully we will not need pet mines fast. Let's see. If I do swap that out, 1, 2, 3. You know what? We may not need Photonic Officer anymore because we do have the Boimler effect for cooldowns. I'd be kind of wary of removing it though still, because I'd rather not be without it, but one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 is not a bad number. It might be fine. I think we'll do it. I think we might. Oh, hold on. Indecisive Neko. Today on Indecisive Neko. Neko tries very hard to make a decision. Decentralized immunity. Like I said, I do like the invulnerability off of this thing, but chat, do any of you know of any other like aggressively carrier shenanigans? Because you know what, Domino, if Domino's all damage counts for hanger pets, then it would be something else to slot. Or if there's like another console that, if there's another console that like summons some shenanigans to be like, get them. Although we may already be like pushing our luck on all of our enemies being absolutely invisible, which is advantage them. Not many hanger pet affecting consoles. The Open the Mouth of Grethor brings in pet. Let us just do a search. Open the Maw of Grethor. Fire damage, which we have none. Auxiliary power setting. Starship hull capacity. Which I'm sure will be more impressive if actually equipped. Massive fire damage. And summon souls. Launches fiery maw in front of you to foes within 3 kilometers while traveling. Some fire damage. Summons 12 lost souls of Grethor for 30 seconds. I don't know. I mean, it's definitely something to consider. Is it? It's universal. Okay, so maybe. I'm not sure. I mean, well, we are already summoning a fleet of bugs, so why not also demons? Maybe. It depends on if, well, also because then sacrifices are being made. Sacrifices! We hate those! Those lost souls that you enjoyed, Auron, were they the hanger pet, or were they generated by this console? Because they may, in fact, perform a bit differently. I'm not sure if they will respect our decisions as their mothership. They might be like, we do what we want. Like the Kazon. We do what we want. Like, okay, but I'll beat your butt like a bongo for it. And turn you over to these space police. Yeah, let's be a little bit more decisive and just go ahead, and we're going to slot Photon. We're going to commit. We're going to commit, because this is also going to improve our survivability. Not that we necessarily needed that. The ship was being pretty durable, but one can always be more durable. All right, save to... Wait. Yes, okay, pet mines. For some reason, it's like, it doesn't say unsafe changes. Well, yeah, not down here, but anyway. Traits. Hot pursuit, we're keeping that because of the stuff that we're up to. Let's see. I am wondering if it would be worthwhile to put holographic mirage decoys on our pets to just like super keep them in the fight, because they do gain damage from leveling up. The basic Lost Souls hanger pet, but both behave roughly the same, doing melee damage to ships. Indeed, it might be worth it. We will revisit that when I look back at the consoles. Yep. All of our tried and true particle manipulator. You know what? I do want to check and see what our stats look like at this time. Crit chance 45.7%. That is definitely not shabby. Science. Yeah, I have heard that the Lost Souls got a little bit nerfed. Or, well, I think it was supposed to be that the higher level ones got buffed, but, you know, sometimes the sword swingeth both ways. 180 particle generator. So what is this giving us right now? 18. So 62%? Wait, no, the critical chance. 70, probably about an 80% critical chance for our exotics. Yeah, that's respectable. I think we are going to end up keeping that, especially because we are still basically doing a bunch of science, even though we are trying to focus more on our pets in this particular instance. Oh no, that may change. We will find out. Indecisive Neko has returned. So, Rom Tac 2 is who we are looking for. Rom Tac 2. And we are going to hooray that Rom Tac 2 is already trained in temporal, and if not, we will rectify that injustice. Rom Tac 2 skills. Pilot. Temporal! Sweet mercy. Oh, thank you. Thank you, past Neko, for making wise decisions. Okay, well, not the wisest decisions because we're still going to go to the trainer, aren't we? We're still going to have to go to the trainer because I want chronometric inversion field 1, and I believe we will do... Well, you know what? I could with the Heisenberg. I could do Heisenberg and chronometric, but I'm not that fond of Heisenberg, honestly. Although it can be really useful if you're doing like the Zenkethi. When they're confused, they do not protect one another the way that they should. They're like, I don't know who you are. My invulnerability field is not for strangers. Well, you know what? There's no harm in us having options because I think we already had Heisenberg here. Yes. Okay. So yeah, we'll just go get that power and we will slot it the way that it was and then perhaps change our mind later. Pretty ship. I do need to take her into the tailor at some point and try on different skins. At the very least different hull types. Like I would expect the Galaxy hull to look quite pretty on her. Directly to ops, please. Might as well save us an elevator ride. We need that at Earth Space Dock. Would you like to beam directly under Admiral Quinn's desk? Yes, please, because that is where you keep your trainer. Let's see. So I needed temporal, space, and then it's Lieutenant Commander. It should be like timeline collapse. Yes. Bye. Are you certain? Yes. I believe I am certain. I may find that I am not. But not at this time. At this time, I will act with confidence. And if I make a mistake, I will not own up to it. It was not a mistake. I was thinking of something else. I will send that to another character that I totally needed on. Let's see. Stations. Timeline collapse. And actually it is, like, if you are conserving your gravity well, which I very often do, this is like a little mini gravity well that you can fire off more spammedly without it being like some massive sacrifice that you did so. So yeah, I do like having this in a build. All right. So he is going to have torpedo spread 1. So we have our 2 triggers for, not that, for these consoles. So these are going to be giving us some nice hull regen and some nice shield regen on top of the ship's natural native durability. So yeah, this should be a very tanky ship as well. This will be giving us periodic immunity. Let's see. Bioneural. You know what? Something I'm very curious about. I do not want to sacrifice this. This is too good of a crit severity console. But I am wondering if I'll go back to space. I'm wondering if the shield, like the shield buff that the Dominion defense screen gives you, it says that it reduces the duration per firing cycle. The ship isn't using energy weapons, so I don't know if it counts like launching mines or launching torpedoes as I think that auto fire is also a saved stat across all loadouts. So I will have to go I will have to go fix it on every one of these. Anyway, let me see here. Yes, but since we only, like, this would have a firing cycle to it, I expect. And that could be a torpedo, but I have personally found that when I'm using torpedoes, or even if I do have an energy weapon but it's firing at will, or it is scatter volleying, that my weapons do not like to lock onto the next target as swiftly as I would like. And so the torpedoes, like, they're obviously ready to fire and they should be locking onto the next target and firing, and they just kind of don't seem to want to do it. So, so I like having the kinetic cutting beam to just like be my laser pointer, like, please fire at this next thing. But the purpose of my curiosity is, let's see, Dominion defense screen. Shield regeneration. 95% shield resistance for 20 seconds. Firing weapons. Oh, it says firing weapons reduces the ability's duration by 0.5 seconds per. See, it says per firing cycle. That, like, mines don't have a firing cycle. I don't know. It's just a curiosity. Like, it might be worth putting it on, but also, again, we're looking at what do we sacrifice? And I kind of really do want to keep this, but I also kind of want to do all the pet shenanigans, like that open the maw of Grethor that we have been suggested by chat. I think we're going to keep it as is for now. Let's see. Was there anything else? Obviously, we're going to have to put our powers back on the bar because we got new stuff. We got torpedo spread. And, well, then we also got some old stuff. We got chronometric inversion. First, I'm finding torpedo spread because it's on my mind. Torpedo spread. Let's see, where's an empty slot? That's one. This one? It is. So I shall put you there. And then, that is also an empty slot. Is this one? Okay. And then timeline collapse, how conveniently located. What is this? Decentralized immunity. Yep. And chronometric inversion. Okay. So I do think I want this higher up in my spam bar. What is this? That's actually not on the spam bar anyway. Yeah, those are probably actually maybe like that. And then what is this? Decentralized immunity. So I do need to find out, what is this? Jam sensors, tractor beam repulsors, very cold in space, maybe this way. And then chronometric inversion field. Because I am suspecting that I'm probably going to spam engage the Hydra. Well, let's see, what is this? Reinforcing squadrons. Sensor suspension burst. Yes. Deploy drone swarm. Yes. Shield capacitor, you can go away. Absolutely useless. Your cooldown is too long and your effect is too impotent for me to bother with you. I kind of wanted to be able to, like, spam all of these pet powers, but I am running out of room on my spam bar because they'll only let you put so many powers before it's like, nah, that's enough. And so basically 6 to 0 on each of these lines and this line, and then just this one right here. That's as far as I could stick things to make it a spam bar. And I would prefer to keep my shield distribution on here so that, you know, it does help. It does help to not have your shields completely, like, shields are useless, I know the tagline, but they are not entirely useless. They are your first line of defense. And if they're up, like, if I hate looking at all of my shields are full, but my front one is down. So I want my shields to distribute themselves and be of use. You might as well. I mean, you are there after all. Just flying a little bit away from things. And then, I mean, it's possible I could choose at least one of these things to be still on the normal spam bar. And then the others could be set off more judiciously. But let me also check. What all did we add? This, this, this. And then also, where's that? This one. This. Engage the Kraken! Well, you know, summon the Hydra, whatever. Which actually, that should be probably at the end of this, because we want all of our things summoned and buffed, I would imagine. I don't know if the buff of the pets will affect how this performs. But yeah, we do want our things summoned. And actually, we should probably, yeah, this buff should be toward the end, because we want these to be summoned. And then this... Well, no, actually, hold on. One of these said that it buffs the affected pets. So if it buffs all pets... Yeah, looks like we are going to want the squadrons first in line. Rather the swarm, if I don't know what I just said. We want the swarm first in line, then we want the squadrons, then we want the sensor suspension burst, and then we want to summon the Hydra and wreck somebody's day. And... But I kind of, like I said, I wanted to be able to spam them, but I have not taken the time to alter my macro to, like... Because I also have a spam bar that does this and basically everything across here, including this. So I need to make a macro that like hits 3, hits space, hits 3, hits space, hits 3, hits space, so that I could like honestly spam all the things. But something I could even do outside of that is like I could basically make a whole other one of these and fill it with powers and attach it to like, you know, some key I never use, like I don't know, backslash or something. And then have something that goes like space, backslash, space, backslash, space, backslash as my macro. And then I would have like 60 powers on tap. I'm here for it. And also because like in particular, because the devs are like, you can only have a spam bar that is like 30 powers long. And I'm going to be like, my spam bar is 60 powers long. You don't know that, but I do. And that makes me feel rebellious. Let me see here. Okay, I think we may in fact be prepared to see what this does. And but hold on, let me just think. Are we prepared for what this does? You know, I kind of feel like these powers do need to be expanded in the appropriate order, because most of my controls are here. And so I would like these 1, 2, 3 abilities to be over in here. How many empty spots do we have? Very cold in space is not an empty slot. So we have 1. We have 1. Oh my goodness. Why? Why do we have too many things? Let's see. Let us turn our engines down so we don't fly off into the abyss for no reason. This is quite the conundrum. Neko is the best. That is correct. This is the bestest Neko channel. So naturally the Neko who is on this channel is the bestest one. Or the bestest one, as was pronounced by Goudy Man, one of our moderators. And since he has a sword, we should all obey his whims. Well, you know, you should all obey his whims. Don't take that too seriously. He's about to be like, I can sense him winding up his swing like, I have been given permission for tyranny. No. Oop, bad. Let's see here. I could, I suppose, maybe take some of these buffers out of here, even though I kind of do like them spamming as well at their earliest convenience. Hmm. Why is this so hard? Why are most powers something that honestly should be spammed? Well, in most of these powers shouldn't be spammed. Like this, these universal consoles should not be spammed, but we're doing an unconventional systems build in which the meta has changed. The paradigm has shifted. Because I know, I mean, I could take decentralized immunity out of spamming and use it more judiciously. And then I could, like, we already have an empty slot, and I could take the distribution out of the spam bar, and that would give us the 3 things that we need for our DPS spamming. Again, we are loathed. We are loathed, but we shall. We shall do what we must. Is this? Yep. Is this? Yes. Neko is very displeased with these darkened icons when they are not, like, anything. It's like, you can't use that right now, so we're going to make it dark. How about you make it light so I can still freaking see it? And then, I don't know, put a little line through it or something that tells me it is not currently usable. That would be preferable, thank you. Let's see. So this one was the first one. And then reinforcing squadrons. And then sensor suspension burst. And then over here, centralized immunity. And our summoning of the Hydra. Engage the Hydra, whatever. Yeah, I think that'll do nicely. So, let us once again save our changes. Pet mines. Save to. Pet mines. Yep. Like I said, we are going to make everything on the map disappear. First, we're going to make it disappear by going invisible because the game is poorly optimized or coded or whatever. I remember they showed on stream where Kale was showing Bordicus how, like, if you deploy too many mines, the enemies disappear. And I guess it was just kind of like, oh, that's not how that's supposed to go. Like, your mines are supposed to turn invisible. Did we bother fixing it? No. Maybe there is hope with the new guy, with our new Jonathan Hairlatchy, whatever, Jonathan. Perhaps there is hope with our new design overlord. Perhaps he will take mercy upon us and make the right things disappear instead, because it is not helpful for all the enemies to disappear until we have actually destroyed them. But we're going to purposely, rather than randomly defoeing again, we are going to specifically queue for infected. And we will see how long that takes to pop. Perhaps I should also queue for Hive Onslaught, because we did that earlier, and my damage with the everything build shot up to like over 1 million DPS for a pretty respectable amount of time. And then we finished out at like 250, I would say, or was it? I don't know. I'll check because it should be right here. Hive. 269 basically is what we finished Hive with that time. So, oh, we got a pop. Yay. So yeah, perhaps testing our aggressively pet focused build in there again to see, like, what does it do? Is it? Okay. Warp animation canceled. It's fine.
The situation is grim. There's more. Begin.
All right. Think I shall put on threatening stance just to increase the hull capacity, which let me check and see what. Oh, why do you want us to save changes? Pet mines. Hopefully that is not screwing us over. Status 125k. That is good. Let us get our pets out there. And yay, because we are using flight deck offs.
Scanning the
Attack!
Done.
Get him, get him, get him, get him, get him.
Defense available.
I believe I have just summoned the Hydra as well, so we shall see. Did it do anything? I didn't really see anything go off, but I don't know, we'll see. Careful, careful.
The Nenite
Blind, thank you. And then we're going to relocate our mines, and hopefully that will just obliterate things. Things do seem to be dying nicely.
destroy it.
We're going to attempt to relocate our mines over here as well. See, look, our relocate is already off cooldown because we were using both of those traits. I told you. Told you we were going to be doing some work. And those of you who are watching can just go ahead and keep watching. Watch, 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 watch. Look, look. Our relocate mines is already ready again. Oh, carriers are the queen of mines. King of mines, whatever. The mine sovereign. Gateway. Summon the Hydra and whatever else. Make it go. Blam. We're going to relocate our mines again. I'm still saving my, like, frenzied fire, whatever, like, focus fire abilities because we want to take out this cube here. This horrible, horrible cube. Be gone. Dun, dun, dun. 210k DPS. Carriers are so bad, y'all.
Sensors confirm that the transwarp conduit.
Yes, yes, be gone. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. So yeah, that was very respectable and fun. And I love carriers. And specifically, I love the Nebula, and I love the Nebula as a carrier. So, but we're going to go do that Hive Advanced, I believe, and we will see. And do bear in mind that, like, we could pug our way into some other tryhard who is going to be like, a bajillion damage. Let me put this Neko in its place. Even if you bring in, like, 2 science murderers to that, you might find that, you know, for some reason their science got preferred over yours, and so your DPS all got eaten by somebody else. All right, so, oh, we're still kind of like, mostly an engine. I don't think that that's actually a problem with how our build is, though, because we're not really focusing on science doing our damage. Let me see. Stations. I may in fact be inclined to leave us on engine power because, you know, getting there first is DPS, but also our AUGS is not that low. But you know what? I do need to check. If we're on AUGS and emergency power to engines is active, what does that say? 96 versus... Well, actually, why is that so low? I would think that with emergency power to engines, it would have been higher based on where that bar was. 125. It's honestly... I don't know. Perhaps we shall focus on science with our exotics. Let's see, what things do we have that would be buffed by it? What does that say? 1581? So let's go back to this and see what we got. Oh, that's actually a pretty significant drop, grand scheme. So maybe we will. So our last, well, you know, I don't know if being on auxiliary would have done us any good on this last mission, because that is very much about like get to the next place swiftly. So IS-8, we may have been better served by having our power to engines, but we are now going to do 5. This should pop relatively swiftly because people love the Borg TFOs. Except for perhaps Borg Disconnected. That is not quite as beloved, but honestly, it's actually more beloved than others. Like, there's a whole heap of TFOs in this game that most people are like, no, why? And it would be nice if each and every one of them would get remastered into something that people do not hate. I'm looking at you, Swarm. I should probably at the very least go to the tailor and take off these Terran markings. Blasphemous Neko. Flying around with enemy decals. Indeed, I quite like the look of this ship. Although, I will never cease to stop harping on random blue bits for no reason. Like, those blue bits under the saucer might be auxiliary warp nacelles for, like, if you had to separate the saucer, like assuming the ship is capable of that, then you would have backup warp to, GTFO, and that would be smart. But would they be lit all the time? I think that they would be dark right now. So they should be dark if that's what they are. And then there's that big blue box on the back of the, well, not that big, but it's got a blue box on the back of the hangar bay. There's like these blue strips on the sides. And I personally headcanon that these are like rear deflector and side deflector for reasons or whatever. But generally it's like, there do not need to be this many blue bits. That could just as easily be a little vent. These could be sensor greebles or something, and it would have looked gorgeous. And these could be dark. And that would be correct. Stop gatekeeping. I will not. I will not. Neko is correct. And I will keep the gate. Let's see here. Yep, we're still at about 130.
Is futile.
Okay, hull. This time we are not... Well, no, actually we are. We are going to head into the center here and cast our gravity well. And... Ooh, things are happening. I do not know what just happened. Seemed like we jumped forward for absolutely no reason. Let us do our very best not to trigger our... They're tractor beaming us. Stop it. I did not give you permission to touch me. Fortunately, mines do not really care. They GDAF about direction. You just pop them out the back and they will find their noms. Find something to chew on. Yay! What is happening? Server, stop it. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. We do not need to reduce the visual spam of this game. It is fine. Fine, the developers.
Your efforts are futile. Destroy this vessel, and I
Come
will
on.
claim another.
Get her. Alright, we did respectable DPS. That could have gone better if, like, the game did not freak entirely out.
Not the end.
platform was fled. Weak. Fallible.
All right. And we did get up to a nice, decent 600k DPS earlier, like in that first free-for-all. So that was not bad. That was quite good and quite fun. And basically all that science magic and like any science nonsense that was happening, that was not my fault. So like the only thing I was casting is Gravity Well and some like minor, not very visually obtrusive things. So blame someone else for that. I see a nom. We're gonna go back for it. Like, would you like this engine battery? Oh no, I think it was a battery, shield battery, yes, but also phasers, and we can sell those for something. Oh, here's something else. Nom noms. Nom noms! Come here! Nom 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 nom. I love it when everybody else leaves and everything is just mine. Yes, give it all to Neko. Neko, how did you get so space rich? By picking up everybody else's trash. Honestly, that is a big part of it, I'm sure. Indeed, nom 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 nom, that is presents for Neko. Oh. Yeah, I think actually at this juncture we might go and look at the different skins for this ship, because, you know, why not? I haven't even done that once. Like even on my first stream where we were kind of doing a little feature of like, we're gonna level each of these four like, to me, the stars of the pack, because the sticks and the mirror crossfield, like, don't get me wrong, they're fine. They're not bad ships. It's just they are old. So they are old news. And like I already have 2 crossfields. I have the actual like normal spearhead that was first released. And I have the Glen from the legendary 10. I don't have the sticks, but also it looks like a cockroach, so I don't really care. Like, you know, maybe one day I will, oh, it's a theme build, the Terran character I make. But for now, I don't care. But that may change at some point. Customize ship. And I'm grateful to have it, don't get me wrong. When the developers heard the riot outside about them putting in the mirror crossfield, I'm quite confident that, like, based on, well, you know what? Maybe it's just me. Maybe I am making the mistake of somebody, like, you know, a baby who doesn't realize that other people do not know the same facts that you do. But I literally forgot that that ship existed when we were all having the fan debates of what premium ship is going to go into the bundle. I did not even remember that the mirror crossfield existed. So I told, actually, Gowdy Man, who is in the chat with us, I was talking to him in our fleet's Discord, the STO Trading Corporation. You can join us. If I were a responsible streamer, I would have a link for those purposes. But if you want to join, I trust that Gowdy Man, if he is still actually with us, will post that link into the chat so that we can recruit you. But yeah, I was in the Discord and we were, you know, speculating and talking about it. He is devastated that it's not the mirror warship. But yeah, I don't think anybody, and I was like, I think we all forgot about it. And he was like, it was so stupid that no one thought it was possible. And I was like, I honestly like my explanation better, that nobody even remembered that it existed, because who cares? But anyway, this is, I do like the nebula, and I do like that it's not canonical that it has these little impulse engines here, because on screen they forgot them. They literally forgot to give it impulse engines. But I like that they like revised. They were like, this is where they were supposed to go, and we will. Thank you, Gowdy Man. Gowdy Man has provided a link if you want to join our fleet's Discord and be recruited, or if you just want to, like, you know, come in and hang out and then, you know, be seduced into joining. At least we will have one of your alts, I'm sure of it. But yeah, these are where the engines were supposed to be. And Stowe was like, you know what? We can revise it. We can fix it. I do enjoy it. Let's see here. Okay, so does that say Farragut? Yes, that's the one that we're already on. Magellan is ugly. And honestly, while we were at it, perhaps we should have updated this skin for this bundle. Maybe. Or it'll, well, because I mean, when are you going to revise this skin? When you do the legendary nebula? Please do not make this the legendary nebula's skin, but update it. I mean, well, you know, you could completely replace this skin with the legendary nebula, but then you'd be taking it from everybody. You'd be doing it, you'd be doing them a service. But, yeah, when Thomas Maroney, if you are watching, which I'm confident you are not, but if this gets back to you, sir, the top, the bottom, the top, the bottom, the shame is his head. I'm sure his face is hiding in his hands at this very moment. And if he's not watching, he doesn't know why he's doing it, but he can feel the shame. This is the like proper nebula, like the OG nebula. The Farragut is the DS9 version where they were switching over from physical models to CGI, and I guess they just didn't pay attention or didn't care, or they got lazy, and so they just used the Galaxy secondary hull instead of the proper nebula, which honestly is fine because I'm so used to the DS9 version, perhaps also because the game basically went this direction for the longest time, that I had kind of forgotten about this. It still looks good and fine and whatever, but I think I think the Farragut version has grown on me as like, no, I like them both. Choices, right? Let's see here. Nebula Mirror. Haven't even seen it yet. Not bad. I don't think we're going to be flying as a trader, but it is an option if we want to. Let's see. Monitor, just the normal one. Ooh, is it just me or did she get even prettier? Let's see. What is the difference? The ablative, I assume that these are meant to be like ablative platings wherever they put the darkness. Nebula class mustard edition. We're talking about, I presume, this one. Let me see. Yeah, the ablative plating is a different color. Like this one's a more like flat gray, and this one seems a more blue, like a blue gray. I do rather like it. I think we shall fly this about for a bit before we even swap the skins off of it. Let's see, the Phoenix, which was, if I'm not mistaken, the very first incarnation we ever saw of the nebula on TNG, being flown by a rogue man who was horrible, evil man who was also correct. The Cardassians are smuggling things. I know it. I feel it in my bones. You can't just do things because you have a feeling. What? He's right. Maybe you can. Maybe you should. But anyway, I do actually like this because, see, that little hangar bay in there, if you know, the main hangar bay that the Galaxy class never used because they didn't have the budget to open the doors and believably show you the inside of it. Look how nice and blocked that is in this incarnation. Don't mind the post that we placed directly outside the parking garage. Just go around it. It's a speed bump, y'all. Like, mind yourselves in the parking lot. But let's see here. Phoenix. See how it's nice and big and open? That is obviously intentional, but I guess somebody thought perhaps it was ugly. Like, I think it's fine. But let's see. I do want to crap, I'm in the way. I need to move the parser and then advanced. Hold on, I think I can make myself not in the way for myself. You all will not be able to see this, but not everything's about you. So hold on a moment. This No? Is it refusing to? Of course. Some of my shenanigans, some of the things that I rely upon to function, are choosing not to function. You rely upon us? Oh, now seems like the perfect time for us to not function. Would I like this to function correctly? Yes, please. Okay, so let's make sure what we're on. Yes. And then okay, it's just refusing to go. Whatever. Let me try and move out of the way. Move out of the way enough, and oh, you guys actually can see. Good for you. I meant to do this. I did not mean it when I said not everything's about you. Everything is about you. I love you, chat. It's the mission pod. Mission pod. Let's change it to the normal nebula. Not bad. Also not the best. I can see why they switched it to like a single pylon, even though it does not make sense in terms of your flight control. No, we want to keep that. Mission pod. Let's look at. No. Oh, yes. Let us see what the monitor looks like. Aw. I don't know how I feel. I can tell you that I find the Discovery hull more distracting on this right now. But maybe I should turn that off. Let's. Can I get out, please? Cancel. We're gonna turn that off while we're looking at these visuals. Disable visuals. All right, let's see here. We were looking at the Phoenix, Advanced, the Mission Pod. We were doing Monitor. You can tell that there's a little bit of like mismatch because the top of it is not like similarly paneled. But I do not feel like that is horrible. I feel like there's potential for this to perhaps be slapped onto my nebula and not look terrible. Let's see. Center pylon. Nebula. I do not dislike it. I'm perhaps not the most thrilled with it, but I do not dislike it. And I do wonder, it might look better. Is there? I'm trying to see if there's a pattern applied to it. Let's see. That's not changing anything. No, I think there is no pattern applied to it. Also, I'm kind of suspecting that the hull it were the surrogate. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Let's see. Undo. I think I kind of prefer that. Not bad at all. But also, let us look at the other. Well, first, I kind of want to go back to center pylon. Phoenix. I want to see if, well, for one, let us see. I wonder, if those pylons were a little bit shorter, just a smidge shorter, perhaps it would look a little more cohesive. But I want to see if the mission pod of, say, the Sutherland. Again, not a fan of random blue bits for no reason. But again, here as a science ship, like deflectors in every direction for like super sensor reasons or whatever. See, I can see why this would be a thing, and it is acceptable. Mission pod. Is it Sutherland Beta? Yes. Beta. A nice chonky. Yeah, I feel like the biggest problem that these pylons have, like they are functionally fantastic, but they're just too tall. Sutherland, is there anything else? There's a Venture one. Hold on, let me see though. Those are just mirror versions that should have decals and nothing else different. Venture. Huh. That actually looks kind of shorter to me. But anywho, we are going to go back to oh, that's interesting that the our Sutherland has this and the mirror Sutherland has the thing that looks like a sensor bar. And a very aggressive sensor bar. Now, let's see. Oh, something else I was curious about is the secondary hull, which is just hull here. If we were to replace it with the monitor, like would it look less guppy, less ridiculously too big? Undo. You know, it actually does not look too guppy-ish. Did he actually change it? He may have changed it. I think that he may have seen it on screen in Picard and was like, that is too big. That deflector is too big. Because I actually do rather like the look of that. All right, let us go back to the monitor. Just the monitor. Yes, so pretty. But also, I'm going to check hull. Sutherland. Give it a chonky hull. Like that thing we were just complaining about. Let's put it back. Does some interesting things to the back. But undo. Yep, she's a pretty ship. Let us apply and get back out into space. Ketchup edition. Indeed. Would you like ketchup or mustard with your monitor hot dog? Although it's more of a hamburger, isn't it? We must respect its shape when mocking it. I honestly was quite surprised with this pack of ships because I normally do not enjoy the cryptic original styling, but I do rather like the look of this ship. Although I may want to go back in and try different hull types on it because that is something I failed to do when we were in there a moment ago, was to like see the Monitor, but with the Galaxy hull or with the Sovereign Reset hull or even the Intrepid or the Defiant. Perhaps we shall just fly around with it as is for now, though. Let's see. What do we want to do? Well, you know, I think I routinely overestimate or underestimate perhaps how long it takes to make a build for a ship of any kind. Because I really was like, today is going to be focusing all on the Monitor and showing off all the possible builds. But it keeps asking me to save changes, and I'm not quite certain what changes I have made. Pet mine, yes. But like I was saying, I feel like I overestimate my ability to show these things all off, and not like all the time that it takes. But of course, we're just wasting time, aren't we, by talking about it, by complaining about it. But I think that we should also perhaps look at what this ship can do with energy weapons. We haven't even tapped its miracle worker potential. And of course, a big question is, are we going to want to get rid of Gravity Well in that process? I kind of don't, because Gravity Well is just too delicious. Let me see, did I keep? I did. And of course, one of the big questions we're going to have to ask ourselves, I think that we won't need these that we were using for our relocate mines. Yeah, we could pop those off and go with energy stuff. I think I kind of want to keep these because they're so pet focused. I think I do want to show this with pets. I could very easily load this ship up with every possible build. That would be most merciless to both me and you. Okay. So what am I going to do? Well, I think we are going to be abandoning our mines for now, just for now. Oh goodness, inventory, you are not big enough. Kinetic. Try lithium omni and the turret. Then we're going to do Terran phaser, dual cannon. We're going to, do we want to keep this torpedo or do we want to put on the blue pew pew? To be determined. Let's see here. So we are going with a phaser build. We're going to be going aggressively phasers, but I think we also still want to have a pet focus because this is a carrier and they just gave us new carrier toys with the Hydra, which is of course an interesting choice, isn't it? Yes, it has its MBAM, but like honestly, that console is for carriers and the trait is too, in my opinion. We could, first of all, I'm going to go ahead and save this to a new loadout. Energy, work in progress. Okay, yes. Yes. I'm always so paranoid. Let's see. So I think I do want to keep these consoles. And yep, these are all looking good. We're not using mines anymore, so yay, we have new stuff to do stuff with. I think I would aim at crits and let's see. For example, the tachyon net drones. And we could do tachyokinetic converter, which would give us some control expertise if we choose to keep our gravity well. Or, no, it also increases our flight turn rate. Would that not be useful? Indeed it would. Well, let's quickly look at the Dominion defense screen. Angry tooltip. We would just be slotting it for its active, really, and hoping that it actually does something, which I don't think it would for us in this particular instance, so I think we will do the tachyokinetic converter. At least that is tentatively what we were doing, because I may change my mind at any moment. It would be interesting. Does the Swarmer console, does the little Swarmer respect the command to unleash the Hydra? Like, bleep, I am here to assist. Let us see. What is our critical chance? 48. I would prefer that to be higher. But the question is, how are we going to get there? Because I'm kind of inclined to swap these for the phaser versions so that we're still being a very, very durable ship. But that is 6% crit chance that we would be leaving on the table. Well, 48 is basically 50. You know, we might leave it for now. Let's see. Phaser. All right. So, traits. We're not using minds anymore, so we can. Our intelligence agent attaché should be coming more into play now. We can get rid of hot pursuit, and there might be something else that would behoove us to have. Let's see. Give your all is supposed to be a decent trait for avoiding damage, but I don't think we have enough engineering abilities for it to really matter, if we're being honest. Enlightened could increase our science damage that we're not actually focusing on, and our hull regen, but it, you know, it's on the radar. Bulkhead technician would increase our hull thickness. You know what? Honestly, I want to see by how much. So we're currently at 119. Why? Weren't we at like 130 before? Whatever. Traits. 119. Bulkhead technician. 125. Not bad. Traits. I don't know if that is what we want to do though. Because I know we do not have, I'm quite sure, the training, the like beam truck training, the cannon training are not on here, or beam barrage. So let's see. What other things do we have on here? I do want to keep this for our survivability. I do want to keep this for our gravity well, if we keep our gravity well. Which we will not be doing if I do the Miracle Worker firing mode. But we may take that off. Hold on. In which case, if we're also not focusing on science, we could take off Particle Manipulator. I kind of don't want to lose much more in the way of... I think I do still want unconventional systems to be, you know, viable. Or maybe we're not. Maybe we're not. No, first, what I'm going to do is, like, energy weapons, I think we will focus on, because we will lose our ability to use superior area denial if we use the firing mode from Miracle Worker. So that's actually going to be, like, kind of last in line of things that we want to consider. We're not using mines anymore, so we will want attack pattern beta, or delta perhaps, but I'm going to go with beta. We are probably not using a torpedo. Probably not. But the question is, do we want to slot back into control, or do we want tactical team to adjust our shields? I think we're going to go with a control. Not there. Here. Does he not have Heisenberg 1? Of course not. Back we go. It's fine. It's a minor inconvenience. Straight to ops. Mm-hmm. Heisenberg 1. Honestly, I kind of find Heisenberg a little bit onerous at times because of it moving things around. Heisenberg amplifier 1. Moves things around and yeah, that's kind of annoying. Should be ROM TAC 2, right? Yep. Hold on, my chat is a little bit covering. Let's see. ROM TAC 2 skills. Learn Heisenberg, please. I think this does mean that we're taking off our torpedo. Heisenberg. So this is going to be an energy. I suppose we're not really doing Dusai at this time. Oh my gosh, that is something else that we could totally do. I could have done Dusai. All right, yes. Fly away. Wide angle. From Discovery Rep. We're going hardcore on the energy weapons. So one of the questions we're going to have to ask ourselves is, do we want to put on Miracle Worker abilities to maximize our stuff? And I'm pretty sure we do. But that would mean cutting into our unconventional systems. Unless perhaps if I take off Photonic Officer, and swap it for, say, do I need to go back immediately? I would prefer, I think, tractor beam repulsors to Scramble, because Scramble has a longer global cooldown. So I think we might have to go right back to the trainer dude, get this moved over here, and then we can replace these two with Miracle Worker abilities. And then we would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'd still have 7 unconventional systems triggers, which I think will be sufficient. So why do you bother leaving the station, Neko? And it's because I want to be free and in space and look at my ship. Beam directly to op. This should just be beam directly to bridge officer trainer. Sir? Yes? Okay. We want tractor beam repulsors. Fine, stay here. Science. Tractor beam repulsors. One. And who is it that is there? Romsci 2. Rom. Sci 2. Alrighty. Again, I am loathed to do this because I would prefer to, like, ensure my cooldowns, but sacrifices must be made. Okay. Romsci 1, are you already Miracle Worker? Skills, Miracle Worker. Yeah, okay. We must have planned ahead. We must have done that last stream. So So we're going to want this to be narrow sensor bands 2 and mixed armaments synergy 2. Miracle Worker Space. Mixed armaments synergy 2. And narrow sensor bands 2. Are you going to risk going back into space? I am. Are we going to be back? Maybe. It's fine. We are not a polished production. We are raw and live, and we just make things up as we go, obviously. ROM, Psi 1, skills. Narrow sensor bands 2. We are using this for the bonus energy weapon damage. And then we are going to be using mixed armaments energy for bonus damage when each type of weapon fires off. And we're not using the maximum type of these because I still desperately want to retain my gravity well. We could have gone higher, but I would be, again, loathed to do it. So mixed armaments synergy 2, narrow sensor bands 2. And that should be quite a potent boost to our ship's own inherent damage, energy damage capability, which means that we can yeet ourselves out of existence on the Borg Queen. But we will attempt to avoid that fate by perhaps traits. So we no longer require this, because these are what we were using to cool down our relocation of our mines. We want, well, emergency weapon cycle is only if you have emergency power to engines, or rather, emergency power to weapons, and we have emergency power to engines. So you would be rather remiss not to use it, but okay. Okay, we could slot like our engineering watcher, and we would lose the Heisenberg amplifier we literally just got to put on emergency power to weapons. The question is, do we think we could get away with not having emergency power to engines? Because it is just so very useful to have. That is a big question. Big question. Well, that also reminds me, something that will help. Perhaps we can get rid of our emergency power to engines if we make a sacrifice. Once again, always. There's always something to sacrifice. I kind of want to keep my immunity bubble. I really do. What will we sacrifice? Kind of want to keep the turn rate. I don't really want to lose this one. But of the things that we have, this is probably the one that is most sacrificial. So, armaments perhaps? Yeah. Reinforced armaments. For the 2-piece, gives us more details. 5% firing cycle haste for energy weapons, which is a Cat 3 damage increase, which is the best its kind, and plus 15 flight speed. So let us check and see stations. What does this give us? 40 flight speed. Not quite an even trade. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We would still have 6 if we switched to an engineer to give us emergency power to weapons. think we might do it. I think we're going to do it. Let's first check. No, we're going to be... I'm quite confident that this watcher is not trained in temporal. No, they're not. So that's going to be fun. It's fine. First, we are going to talk to Deep Space Nine. Just going to beam on this time because we are going to acquire a temporal training, like qualification trainer. Okay. Specialization qualification dash temp. By and then watcher. Dun, dun, dun. Switch to it. Then we are going to go to, let's see, do they already have? They do not have emergency powered weapons. And that is where we shall slot it. I like to keep my emergency powered okay. Our emergency power to engines, I like to keep it where it is. You know, I do not want to be swapping it back and forth. Turbo lift off. Yes, please. Did you notice how there is this is an elevator. I could pop out right here, but instead they let me out over there. Why? Why? Let's see. Store. Engineering space. Emergency power to weapons, please. And temporal. Space. We're going to go ahead and get that Heisenberg amplifier because there may be a time in which we want it. Well, something else I have to check is Eng watcher. Skills. Learn this, yes. Learn this, yes. Let's just make sure chronometric inversion is not already learned at this level. It is not, so chronometric inversion by learn. And then timeline collapse. By learn. Okay. Emergency power to weapons. Chronometric. Timeline collapse. Which we have Heisenberg and we have chronometric too. So if we were finding ourselves having difficulty with survivability, we could, instead of using timeline collapse, we could bump this up so that instead of, what does it say? Minus 50% all damage, it's like minus 66, I want to say. Which, you know, those percents, they count. So, okay, I think we may in fact have some things in order. Watch, as soon as we get into space, I'm gonna be like, oh, I forgot. Or, oh, you know what we could have done? It's fine. It's part of the process. This is literally Neko's process. Like, I know I'm talking to you all, but I'm pretty sure that this would still be happening if you weren't here. Like, oh, this streamer is distracted. Explaining everything to chat. No. Not really. Like, partially, maybe a little bit, but honestly, this is just the average Neko day in Star Trek Online. Stations. Okay, yes. Yes, traits. And I wanted emergency weapon cycle. Are these? I do not see a drop down for like searchability, whatever. That could just be blocked by something up top though, couldn't it? Nope. Text search though, that would be useful. Assuming that you remember the name of all of these things. So emergency weapon cycle, minus 50 energy weapon power cost. So that is obviously very good because the higher your weapon power when you fire, the harder your stuff hits. And the 20% cycle haste. Oh my gosh, I have something in my throat. Hold on. We mute ourselves for your convenience. The 20% firing cycle haste is a Cat 3 damage increase. So it is very, very, very beneficial. This is honestly like the top DPS for energy weapons, probably in the whole game. And it actually mercifully comes on a basic C-Store ship, not some premium, magical, wonderful ship that requires a great deal of investment and is only unlockable on one character. Now, I'm inclined to do additional firing cycle haste. So let us see. It's a toss-up between Heart of Soul and overpowered and overgunned. So let me find A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, Heart of Soul. So 10% firing cycle haste and 5% bonus phaser damage. And we are using phasers, so yay us. Let's see, attack pattern beta or temporal operative. And we are actually using both of those things, so that is good for us. Let's go look into the O's for overpowered and overgunned. And this would currently be providing us minus 15% weapon power cost, ooh, and 12.5 firing cycle haste for 9.8 seconds, which caps at 10, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see, what triggers that? Beam or cannon special firing modes. This should be up constantly, and I would kind of be inclined to think that this will do us better than the other one because 12.5 versus 10, that's 2.5%, but in the Cat 3 category. And that 2.5% is going to be multiplicative of everything below it. So I think that the 5% Cat 2 phaser damage that we would get from the other one is not as beneficial as this. And I'm expecting that with the natural offset that we're going to get, because these have different global cooldowns. This has 20 seconds, this has 15. So they should naturally end up kind of a little off sync from each other, which should keep that power going constantly. So I do believe that that will serve us best. That's just my little theory craft. That's just a theory. A Neko theory. But I suspect I'm correct. Anyway, let me see here. Obviously, I could get rid of improved gravity well and just rely on gravity well being up when it's up for however long it's up, and get even more firing cycle haste from the Heart of Soul that we're not currently taking. And obviously, there are plenty of things that we could do to buff just our ship's damage, like just the ship's damage. But I'm kind of inclined, it's a carrier, right? Like I want to keep my new carrier toys and just like carrier toys in general in play. Although I do not know the degree to which this is useful. I could potentially do away with this one. 10% all damage, which is not shabby, but it's Cat 1. And 10% incoming hull healing. I don't think we necessarily really care about that. The question is, does that aceton mode do anything at all? And the immunity shield will keep our fighters from yeeting themselves out of existence, hopefully. Hopefully immunity means immunity. On the Borg Queen, for example. Maybe we will keep it. We can always try this and see what it does and then make changes later now, can't we? We're going to need to put our stuff on the bar. And we are no longer using kinetics. So we are going to swap ourselves over to Energy Weapons Officer. And we're going to take off Projectile. And the flight decks are already off. So I believe they're going to be blue quality. I don't think I shelled out the crazy expense for the purples. Crit severity buff. Nope, this one's not bound though. We're not going to slot him. Stacking crit severity buff. Yes, you report for duty. And then I should have one for chance. Chance. And I mean, I suppose we could slot yet another of either one of these if I have them lying around in here, and if they are bound, because I don't think I'd want to bind them, to improve our chances of getting that to stack up. But I'm kind of inclined to maybe put our conned officer back on for, like, you know, emergency power to engines, gets your evasive maneuvers back up. I would kind of like to have that. Like, it's very desirable. Or if not that, we could do the one that knocks enemy engines offline with gravity well, to like just really keep that viable and in play. But I think we're gonna go with the conned officer. And this particular conned officer, for anybody watching who does not know, should be available. This one, Emergency Con Hologram, should be available from the Phoenix prize pack. Swap with active duty. Yes. Okay. Duty officers. No. Yes. So, let's see here. We need to put our powers onto the bar. Okay. So we added narrow sensor bands and mixed armament synergy. Well, hold on, chronometric conversion field. It should have knocked itself off the bar because of swapping who holds it. Oh, how convenient. Right next to each other. Of course, they go dark when they hit the bar because they want to challenge my Neko eyes. Aren't you supposed to be good at seeing in the dark? Oh, boop. That is what I have to say to that. I would kind of like to squeeze tactical initiative into the shenanigans that we're currently involved in, but oh, tractor beam repulsors, you also got off the bar, because I was thinking, ooh, an empty spot. It's not going to remain so, I know it. And timeline collapse. I think I didn't put that down here yet, did I? No. So I think we have now reacquired the things that are missing. Well, empty slot down here though. How long have we had that? I hope that we've only had this empty slot for like the past moments, because shame on us. Oh, emergency powered weapons. Obviously, duh. We just got that. Emergency powered weapons. I think I will swap it around because I do personally favor having my engines go off first than my weapons, because moving is very often more important, in my opinion. Let's see. Looks like these are two empty slots into which we could place mixed armament synergy and narrow sensor bands. It does beg the question, do we want those behind or ahead of those consoles that we are going to be activating? And Neko's answer is, I honestly don't know. But I think it's fine where it's at. timeline collapse to suck them in, and a chronometric conversion field to punish them for allowing us to do so. Very cold in space, yes. What? Is this an empty slot? Oh. Don't get too excited, Neko. I'm sure that there is a very terrible reason why that is. Okay, attack pattern beta. We also got attack pattern beta. So that's where one of our empty slots came from. But that should also improve our damage, and also something that we weren't taking advantage of before. Hold on, I have to find where's the empty slot. Something that we were not taking advantage of before, although also, is this an empty slot? No, it is not. Okay, yeah, of course not. Something we were not taking advantage of before with our superior area denial trait is that your energy weapons, I am going to put this out of them. Your energy weapons, do I want? Yeah, it's fine. Anyway, your energy weapons, when you trigger these two to get your superior area denial, it also gives your energy weapons a debuff of like 30 damage resistance. So also adding in this attack pattern beta 2, that's like 40, 30, like add it up, y'all. We are going to be debuffing our enemy something fierce. That means that our pets, which we're already slaying, should be hitting even harder with the damage resistance we are ripping from our enemies. And let's just do a double check to make sure. Do I have everything on the bar? I know I encountered this. Yes, put that on. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. These are already on there. Yes. And yes. So it looks like everything should be on there. Let us... skills? No. Status, right? That's where loadouts are located. Energy, weapon, work in progress. Save to... Energy whip. Is it still a work in progress? Maybe. Stats. 47.7. Why did it go down? Weren't we at 48 before? And we had... Oh, you know what? We are not focusing on exotic damage anymore, so we could... It's not our focus, but maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should leave this. But we could, potentially, take this off and go with Tyler's. Let us just scroll down to Tyler's and find out what it says first. It'll probably be at least 5. 5% crit chance. It's a very, very, very excellent question as to whether or not that would be better than this. It will be, because this is just for our exotics and this is for our everything. So we are going to do that. This one is for our everything, and I intend to keep our augs high. My intention... Oh, something is happening. Follower received. Meglazetar? Meglazetar? I'm very apologetic if I have... Oh no! Dismiss. Be gone. Very sorry if I just butchered your name. You may feel free to correct me in chat. But thank you. Thank you for the follow. You know what? I need to change the text on that so it says follower acquired. Oh, or perhaps follower captured. Fishy snatched. We will see. You may have discovered that I am a whimsical Neko. Oh yeah, Megla Zeta. I'm betting it's Zeta, right? Like Zed. Zeta. Megla Zeta R7. Hope you're well. I am, thank you. And happy to follow. I hope you are too. Megla Zeta R7. Sounds like a robot. Sounds like an android. A cyborg. Megla Zeta R7. Terminate these interlopers. Oh, let me see here. Okay. So, how are we doing? 130k hull? Why? Where? Did I'm not aware of us actually changing anything that did this. Okay. Traits anyway. Well, we left that on. Don't know how we feel about that. Okay, hold on. Oh, Zeta, hold on. Zeta Reticulin, actually, a little gray alien. My oh my. Tell me, have you played Destroy All Humans? You're like, how did you know that is my favorite game? Little gray alien, just wreaking havoc. Sounds on brand to me. Okay, so these powers so far, other than perhaps this one, although I'm not mad at it, honestly, I like having a thick hull, and with Tyler's, it actually technically contributes to our DPS. Actually, yes, my buddy Spencer sent it to me last year. What a blast. Indeed. I have not actually played it directly myself. I have watched it played, and it seemed very much enjoyable. And I have actually piddled around a little bit with making a Cryptosporidium is his name, cosplay in the game, and, you know, like flying the Nidarian Defender as his saucer. I very much enjoy my cosplays. You know what, we're gonna see what hit that takes to our hull. 24. Oh my, that's actually kind of steep. Traits. What did it do to our Tylers? 0.2% crit chance loss. I suspect that is not a problem. And as long as we're staying alive, which we are using these consoles, these Healy consoles, so I suspect we're not going to have trouble staying alive. So I think we will kind of lean into damage at this point. Traits. Well, let me check and see what we have most of. We have a cannon and a cannon. And then 3 beams. This doesn't count as a beam. As far as I'm aware, it doesn't count as an anything. It's just like an outlier. Which does mean that, would it be beneficial to replace it? No, it's doing a 2-piece with this, which can have some effects that are beneficial. So I think maybe we'll keep it. But it actually might be worthwhile taking off. We'll find out. Stations, traits. I believe I have the superior version of beam training and cannon. It'll be superior. Oh, it'd be very useful if we were looking at the space ones, wouldn't it? Yep, superior beam training, which would be 7.5% bonus beam weapon damage. I expect that that will perform quite well, especially when it's getting multiplied by our category 3s. So, yeah. The question, of course, is, should we perhaps be removing anything else? You know what? This will actually contribute to our energy damage. As you can see, 25%. So, not a bad thing to have. We're keeping that. I think we're still going to keep this because we're doing enough science shenanigans that, you know, why not? Obviously keeping that. Yes, we're keeping that for now, you know, with our current build state. Boimler, obviously, the day to die, especially because we took off our photonic officer, and so we would be quite screwed for cooldowns. Regenerative control synergy, I'm honestly inclined to keep that because 45% hull regeneration that we are basically constantly getting is very tasty for not dying. This should have become far more viable now that we are using energy weapons. I don't think that there's anything we can sacrifice for that bonus cannon damage, and it would only be affecting 2 weapons, so I'm not sure if it would be worthwhile. Although those Terran dual heavies are going to hit like a truck. So who knows? Wouldn't it be sad? Would that not be so very sad? Let me see. Status. Would it not be sad if this one weapon getting bonus damage to it would outpace these 3 getting bonus damage? I don't think it would. But also this, you know, providing our bonus damage to these means that our like greater firing arcs are getting the bonus damage. So if and when go away, if and when we don't have our targets straight ahead of us, I do think, you know, because it's a bit of a slow to turn ship, and I'm not necessarily the most skilled pilot to begin with. Not bad, but you know, not like super. Traits. I feel confident in our decision so far. Just doing a little bit more checky check. Thinky think. Our doffs should all be in order. Loadouts. Of course, we have unsaved changes, always. Energy. Work in progress. Because we're always a work in progress. Adamant, are you still here with us? He will respond in chat very slowly, like 5 minutes from now. He will respond in chat saying yes. Because the typing, she is slow. But also he might be, playing something himself and busy. He'll be like, I'm in the middle of a TFO. I'm in the middle of war farming. I will get back to you when I can. But, he's not here, but I'm still going to just say something that he would appreciate. I'm still working on my masterpiece. Isn't that right, Adam? Okay. Anyway, that's a Jessie J lyric. We love Jessie J in this house. Anyway, hold on. I'm adjusting my camera ever so slightly. Okay. So, I think we are ready. I think we're ready. I did put everything on the bar, right? I think everything's on the bar. Ugh. Are we fast? We should be fast. We have emergency powered engines. We are using the competitive engines. We have our speed tweaks. So this ship should also be quite swift. And we're going to enjoy that. We are really going to enjoy that. You know what? I don't know. Did we put the tachyon drones? Yes, we do. I don't think I slotted that. Powers, but also, hold on first. Did I add anything else that I was negligent about? No. I feel like we're good there. Tachyon. Okay, there you are. I'm gonna place it here for a moment while I check. What is this? That's fine. I would kind of be inclined to have this trigger first. What is this? Again, tell me. Decentralized immunity. That could be useful if we like gravity well something, because this is going to go like this. That's how my bars are set up. So let's see here. It'll suck everything up, which will probably gain us aggro. And we're also doing a whole lot of AoE. And so immediately decentralizing our immunity so that we hopefully do not die. And then tachyon net drones to lower their shields. And then hopefully all of our pets and things will engage the Hydra and blow the crap out of things. That is the plan. Is it going to survive contact with the enemy? We shall find out. All right. I think, again, we shall purposefully queue for infected and hive. You know what? We're going to take either, and we're just going to see what happens. And because we've learned our lesson. If you randomly to foe, you are going to get what it gives you, and that, if you want to listen to me complain about getting thrown into the swarm queue, that is what's going to happen if I get thrown into the swarm queue. I will never stop hopping on that, just in the hopes that a developer will one day watch my stream and hear me crying about the swarm and them being like, yes, we should fix it because this little cat boy is too cute for us to leave them suffering in swarm. You are a pretty ship. You are a pretty, pretty ship. And I am enjoying your prettiness. And your toaster bussards. I do enjoy those. We got a pop rate. Storming the Spire. You know what? That one is not nearly as onerous for me. It's not great. I'll be honest. It's not great. But I would rather storm the Spire than swarm, hands down, any day. What's the other one? This is a controversial opinion. I do not like Defensive Starbase 1 because I know I can feel it. I don't need to be there. Like, yes, there are lots of things for me to blow up, but it's pointless. It's absolutely pointless because that TFO, before we even knew, like before Spencer came along and started ratting out everybody, it completes itself automatically before he told us that. my little kitty bones, they just told me that I did not need to be there. And turns out I do not need to be there because it will complete itself. It will complete itself. So yeah, I don't need to be there. Also, Gateway to Grethor is just, it is suffering. I don't need to be there either. Like, other than closing those green portals, those ships are fine. They are not going to die. So you don't need to close the yellow ones. In fact, it's counterproductive to close the yellow ones. You might as well just keep closing the green ones and ignore everything else. And that's all you need to do. Also, of course, gravity kills, that is universally loathed by most people. Universally loathed by most people, qualifying our universal statements. But I also forgot to adjust our energy levels. And I'm going to save this as our attack version. Also, let us get our fighters out quickly before they're suffering. I don't know if we're going to jump right into the middle of the fray this time. You know what, we might. We might go straight for... No, they are off sync. Get on sync.
Did you think
This one,
you had
okay.
destroyed me?
Hopefully they will... Yay, they synced up before we started doing stuff. No, 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 go, go, go. Why are we not moving? I think the game had a little hiccup there. Let's see. Oh, the parser is not updating because I have put it down, like minimized it, and that has broken its ability to update for, oh no, 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 no. No, he died. Terrible. Okay, well, in here I was so confident that we were quite durable, right? Go. Get back in the fray. Go. I did not give you permission to lay down for so long. Let's go. Let's go. Go, 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 go. This may just bode very terribly for us when we get to the Borg Queen and she feedback pulses. We're gonna be like, plomp. Okay, you do not need to be there, actually. And then, yes, all the noms, we want everything. I may have made a mistake when I ran right into the fray. Maybe we should have sucked everything to that first tack queue instead. Ooh, it'd be delightful if things would stop blowing up right in our face. Yay! All right. We're going to stay on this shield facing by staying forward, come on. And then... Yes. Stop moving. Where are the brakes? So that we can immediately
Your efforts
get to
are
work
futile.
on this lady
Destroy
here.
This vessel,
Be
and
gone.
I will claim another.
Summon the Hydra, do it. All right. We did it. I'm going to pull back up the parser and hopefully that will update.
This is not.
So it looks like we were over 150k DPS. You know, it started counting down because it's being mean. Sometimes it does that. Sometimes it's like, your damage is going down because of the cutscene. But anyway, so we didn't get to see what we were doing before. Lame, I know. Apologies. I've been a neglectful Neko. I wonder... Part of the reason why that parser was down, well, I think it was because we were looking at costumes. It was I needed it out of my way. It was in my way. Just doing a noms check. We're looking to see if anybody left anything behind for us, because... Is that? Nope, it's debris. Okay. I like it when people leave us presents. And they're just like, we don't care about all that, and they leave. And then I eat it all up. Leave map. Yes. Mm-hmm. I think I shall see if perhaps I can resize the parser. Because, like, the parser you see is not the exact parser I see. But let's see. It looks like it's resizable. So please, please stop misbehaving. Corner, resize. No, that actually was not helpful. Get back smaller. Back. Okay, hold on. Come on. Come. Move. Okay. All right. Okay. So yes, 148. That is not a problem. Not bad. But obviously we died. And that's actually probably a pretty good number for somebody who died. Do we have damage? Of course we do, because they still haven't removed that from the game. And I remember seeing in a stream when they were asking, like, what's the thing that you would get rid of? And they were like, damage, like injury, because it's honestly quite pointless. You know what I bet is completely doable and like super quick and doesn't require you to go through and destroy all of the existing damage or like whatever's damage immunity. Not like damage immunity, but like injury immunity. Give all the ships or like your character or like whatever highest level you can do it immunity. And then those things, like, sure, they apply to you, but then immediately like cure themselves. Like, da-da, done. You are welcome, devs. That advice was free. Let's see here. I am still unhappy with the fact that we do not have enough slots for like this, because this is where my bar ends. I would like it to be included. But it cannot. It cannot be. And yet it should. It needs. I'm unwilling to sacrifice anything though, so I don't know. I'm going to have to work on my macros later. And once I work on my macros, I will fix this problem for myself. But I will complain about it because it is soothing. Right. So now we are going to, well, first of all, we're going to look at our build. And did I not just save changes to you? Please don't tell me I saved them to something else. If I save them over something else, then I have lost one of these many builds that we've been working on. What I'm also remembering is that we are not using, for example, a Fire at Will extension trait or a Scatter Volley extension trait, which kind of would be good to do, but you know what? It's not our focus, so we're not going to do that right now. We may not even do that tonight, because even though the ship has so much build potential, like everything has kinetics, it's very mine heavy. Science, I think we were also doing kinetics with science. In science, we could even do a Dusai. Like, we haven't even scratched the surface of everything we could do with the ship. This ship might end up turning into a few streams of being focused, particularly because I like it so much. And so many people were poo-pooing it. They're like, ew, the nebula, if you're going to make it a carrier and it doesn't have a secondary deflector, you will have ruined it. And I'm like, bitch, please, no. Shut your cry hole immediately, because the nebula that is a carrier is the ship we need. It is the ship we deserve. It is a ship I want, so shut your cry hole. Like, I'm so thankful that this ship did not get changed before or after launch, that they were just like, you'll get it and you'll like it. And I will let everybody else complain, let everybody else sleep on it. I love it. I love it. Anyway, let's do an ISA. We're just going to, well, I am going to check real quick. We still have the 45 hull regeneration. What? Hold on. Let's check our damage resistance stats. That's paltry. It might behoove us to remove Voth carrier synergies, because I honestly don't know what kind of work that's putting in. For like, history will remember for the increase to our hull, or that's a big ship for the increase to our hull and to our damage resistance at the same time, or Honor Dead for just like the crazy high. Well, it would do a very respectable hull regen increase, but also just like really, really high damage resistance rating. And then what is this providing? 5.5 bonus all damage. I'd kind of be inclined to maybe remove that in favor of, I think it's advanced hull reinforcements. Yes, 12.5 bonus all damage resistance rating is very, I believe, underestimated for the benefit that it provides to your actual damage resistance. It does some magical things. So I will, hold on, I will just like prove the point. See that 18 generally across the board, 18, 19. We are going to slot it. We were at 18, 19. Let us remember 18, 19, 18, 19, 18, 19, 27. And then if we were to put on Honor Dead, it would greatly improve our survivability, and that may in fact be the order of the day. You know what? We could maybe take a hit to that bonus damage, because also we need to remember that a dead ship does no DPS, so there is no shame in not dying. In fact, it should be a primary goal. I kind of want to see what the ship would do in ISA without it. But what is the point of like, yes, you can survive in ISA, but you can't survive in Hive Onslaught. Am I right? Like I should be able to survive all the things without like swapping out my build. So maybe I will leave this. Maybe I will leave this. And I may in fact go ahead and do, let me check. I'm going to check the parser. Let us put ourselves so we don't end up with, would you like to warp out? No. Let me see. Analyze log. According to this, it looks like we did 2 hives in a row. The previous one was probably our exotic. Well, no, that was our carrier, like just full pet focus build. And then this one is our energy. Let's see. Player combat analysis reports. Pets. Well, it may be under pets because they're the ones who did it. Or it may just be on our main one, so we'll just look through here. Not seeing it there, so let's check pets. Alliance Fighter Squadrons, yes. For some reason, it's occasionally counting people as pets. I wonder if that's because of the Tachyon net drones when we launched those. Maybe whenever somebody did some damage from that, it was like they became our pet. It may also be counting anything that was affected by our pet pulse from the sensor suspension burst, because it's saying elite Kelvin timeline. I'm thinking that those are like drones or something. Interesting. I don't know why all those are being counted for us. I don't see in the parts where it's actually telling us that this Voth carrier synergy is doing anything for us. So I am perhaps inclined to swap it out for not dying. So I very much expect that. Or do we want to get rid of gravity wells? Improve gravity well status? We really, really don't, honestly. Like, I don't want to, but you know what? It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. We will find out if it's fine. And we do have our we can relaunch our fighter pets because we have those flight deck duty officers, but them staying alive and retaining their damage bonuses by like being immune would be very useful. Although I think I may have heard that this has a hidden like cooldown where you can't cast it on them again, even if you technically should have been activating it. Don't know if it's true, but also the fact is that when we die, all of our pets go poof too. So, it'll be in the H's. Scroll. H's. Honored dead. Yep, I expect that will solve our dying problem. You know, it happened once, and honestly, it could have been pilot error, but I like to overcompensate. Why? Oh, energy whip. Yep. I really wish that down here it would tell you that there's unsaved changes to something, like when you pull it up, like it says it up here. It also says it down here. That'd be most helpful. But anyway. Yes, okay. We are going to proceed in this fashion. We're going to do an ISA. I'm just going to see what happens. Also, I mean, we may at some point do Miracle Worker. We may sacrifice our unconventional systems build so that we can do some, you know, like the Miracle Worker firing mode. Just for funsies, just to see what it does. I mean, I could do a beam overload build on this. I could do a cannon scatter volley build, like really just like truly showcase everything the ship is capable of. But the stream has already been going for quite some time, so, you know, we'll see. It's a we will see, but wait, where's DS9? Where are you? Interesting. If we fly toward people, Alpha. Is that DS9 off in the distance? Is that you? Yes, USS Defiant. Core. Yeah, that's where it is. Is Deep Space Nine clickable? Does not appear to be. Well, we got a pop. Hopefully it will actually... Yes. Hopefully it will actually go.
The situation is grim.
Yes, yes. I'm sure it's terrible. All right, let us ready ourselves. No, not the fighters,
Scanning
please.
the nanite transformer. Done. Additional data is available.
Come on, get it, get it, get it, get it. I'm gonna get over here.
The nanite probes can repair the transformers. Stop them.
There are far too many white flashes that occur in this game. Like, who approved that? And then let us zip ourselves over to the other side. Murder some things as we
Closing
go.
in on a transformer. Destroy it.
Someone was trying to get ahead of themselves. That or they're very fast.
A probe is closing in on a transformer.
Please kill that.
Destroy it.
Resistance is futile.
This one over here. Thank you.
A probe is closing in on a transformer.
Hit the gateway with everything we've got. Am I stuck? Slightly. Alrighty. While we're mid-combat, I want to check our resistances. 68. Very respectable. No death for us. Not with those resistances. Not with that hull capacity. I mean, honestly, we still could, but no, that is much, much, much better. And 239k DPS. Not shabby. Checking for noms. There they are. I see them.
Sensors confirm that
Yes,
the
you miss, sir. Be gone. Take it. And take it. Nom nom nom. Are there any? No. No other noms. So, leave the map. And honestly, I want to redo Hive Onslaught, leaving all of our little friends behind. Don't worry, they are automated drones, and even though they weren't shown going to warp, they will follow us shortly. We're being a responsible mothership and going ahead of the small little fighters so that we can, like, draw aggro and check out the situation, and then they warp in. But because we were not going to combat, they docked while at warp, which is no longer dangerous. You know what? It's the purpose of these random blue bits that don't deserve to be there. These random blue bits, they are what facilitate us docking and launching ships at warp. I found a reason for the random blue bits that Thomas insists on putting everywhere pointlessly. So in this particular case, we have found a reason. So stand down from red alert. The blue bits are justified in this one very specific instance. Not right now, we're not going there. But these ones, which I am going to call auxiliary warp nacelles, should not be lit at this time. But anyway, I digress. I will endlessly heckle for the random blue things that do not need to be there. That should obviously be like a greeble, sensor greeble, vent, transporter thing, just like anything but a blue bit, because blue bits are reserved for warp and deflectors, basically. Sometimes, perhaps some other thing, but he's just like, blue. You know what? Maybe these should just glow blue too. What about a blue glowing? Yes, that little light that we just saw, that could have been a blue glow, and our bridge could glow blue. He's no. Don't get me wrong. I like him very much. He seems like a very nice person, but stop it. Stop it with all your random blue stuff. Anyway, and she's beautiful. She's beautiful in spite of it. And also I found a reason for it, so you are forgiven in this one specific instance. I want that hive. How much time? That is too small for my Neko eyes. Hold on. We're going to magnify. This is what the ultra zoom on our phones was built for, specifically. 9 minutes is what that says. So, I think at this time, I might actually give us all a little intermission. I will switch to my Be Back Soon screen, and I'm going to go get something to drink, stretch my legs a little bit, and you should all do the same, you know, like self-care. I will be back with y'all momentarily. Okie dokie. Let me see here. Let me just find the Be Back Soon. Okay. I will be back soon. Right, and we're back. Oh, I hope everybody had a nice break. I guzzled quite a bit of water because water is life, is it not? And I, of course, took a trip to the litter box, as I hope everybody who needed to took the opportunity. Again, self-care. Get everything back where it's supposed to be, sorted. Yes. Now, I'm quite confident that the queen is ready for our rematch. Indeed, she is. Let's go. I think that while we wait for her to accept our invitation to die, that we shall just think and consider. Let's see. The ship is perfectly capable of a beam overload build, if we wanted. And our pets could still be doing a, superior area denial, because I would retain this, the cannon scatter volley, to trigger, well, probably, I'd probably take that for preferential targeting. And so at least that would still be there for a trigger for superior area denial. It is most optimal to have both, but, sacrifices, meaningful choices, as the developers put it. Let's see here. Cannon scatter volley, obviously, could just be extended and we could go more aggressively with cannons. So with either one of those, we would probably want to still take advantage of our mixed armament synergy by at the very least retaining our turret. Because if we keep our turret, it'll count. And if we keep our Omni, if we keep our Omni in the case of replacing these with cannons, then the Omni will, trigger our mixed armament synergy. And if we go with all beams instead, then this will trigger it for us. And it has energy weapons have a high fire rate, so it'll be a very good, guarantee that we have our stuff up and running. The big question would be, do we want to ever attempt using, well, we could obviously move these up, but would we want to use, I'm sure that they're not trained in it. Well, we have version 2. Exceed rated limits. Let's see what this says. Sets weapon power drain to 0 plus 80% firing cycle haste. I wonder if it's 100 at ROM I1 skills. Because honestly, I don't very frequently use that, but it could be worthwhile, now that the Vanguard trait is here to save the day. Yep, 100% firing cycle haste, which is a Cat 3 damage increase, so I would expect that to be quite potent. The electrical damage we should very effortlessly absorb with our durability and our passive hull regen. Not sure what the -3 power levels would do to us. I expect it wouldn't be a problem. Let's see here. Stations. The problem, if we were to go with that power, is that it would interfere with us using these. So we would not have superior area denial working for us anymore. And so the question would be, are our pets now worthless? Pets do damage in their own right, but I would not say that they do that much damage in their own right. Hold on. This is what... Trying to think of what else we might have that would compensate for that. Nothing really, but nothing that comes readily to mind is like, oh, that will save our pets from doing terrible damage. But, they could just retreat to a more supplemental role because their damage is damage. Like it's just additional damage, even if we don't feature them necessarily. So with each of those builds, we could really focus on just like make those weapons work and let the pets just be something that we happen to have a little bit more than something that we're focusing on. There's nothing wrong with that, Although one might consider it... Wait, did it pop? And then, or did I just not queue? Let's try this again. It popped, but it was behind your status. I don't think. It should have popped up ahead of it. On top of it. Oh. Invitation accepted. We cordially invite you, Your Majesty, to die. But not forever, So pretty. Also, we accepted the invitation to come kill her, and she's, I don't know. Let me do my hair, she says, I guess. I wasn't prepared. Exact moment. Oh, yay! Oh. I could swear that man was voiced over when he first popped up in this TFO once upon a time. But now he is silent. You know what? We are going to make a fool of ourselves and we are going to run into the middle again. Because that's what we did the last time, so the only way we will know is if we do the same thing we did before. Oh, no. No. Dang it. It's fine. Go. We had a minor technical difficulty. Get him. Question is, somebody else seemed to be using some aggressive science magics, so we might be surviving because other people are holding some of the aggros. That, or we're just doing much better surviving this time. Death to you all. Let's see. Nom. Yes. Take these for ourselves. Yes. Nom. Do. No. Respect our agency, won't you please? And then I shall park right about here, so that when the queen is ready, we will be ready too.
Your efforts are futile.
Cast our debuffs.
Destroy this vessel.
Let her up. Let's go. quite confident that... Well, we did better this time, which is due to not dying. But, feel like coulda, shoulda, woulda been better. But obviously somebody else is here doing some
I control
shenanigans, stealing our deeps.
every drop
Don't you know that this was not about you?
of my voice.
But, I feel like that could have gone a little bit better. But it did not go poorly. Like, we did not die. I don't think we even came close to being in danger of dying. And, yeah, we wrecked some faces. But I do not know if that Hydra actually did anything. For one, I accidentally set it off when we were, like, parked at the start. And it apparently, like, just pulls you to a full stop for absolutely no reason. And, so that was most displeasing. Ooh, what is that? It's purple. Hold on. First, we're gonna snag this blue thing. And then... There. Where'd it go? Maybe I miscalculated our purple nom. Ah, there you are. Get it? What is it? The dilithium box? It's fine. This character has so much reserve, unrefined, that the most helpful of things, but still. Nom nom nom. Pretty ship. And then what else? We could indeed waste more loadout slots on building absolutely everything that we possibly can just for the funs and the giggles, because as I said, this is a, well, as it says in the title, today's about the monitor. But that doesn't mean we have to build everything. It also doesn't mean that we have to, honestly, we could just change the title and be like, just kidding, it's about the Hydra now. But I mean, we could just play with science, like science. We could play with everything. We could play with pet mines, which honestly, everything. Oh, pet mines. Pet mines was where we were like focusing on pets and mines, but like not so much science. Like we took off all of our exotic consoles, and then everything was us basically kind of trying to do everything all at once, which, you know, kind of, well, honestly, it performed very well, but it lacked focus, I suppose. But there's nothing wrong with mixing your armaments energies, I suppose. Like it's a different version of it. I mean, we could just randomly TFO for a little bit with our energy build, even though I find it kind of the least impressive of the ones that we've done so far. But, you know, there's only one way to find out, and that is to go and play it in things that aren't just like DPS meta show-off cues, you know, or reliable cues for determining your general capacity. Like, let's go defend Starbase 1, I guess. Although I think that's been taken out for the event, you know, out of random. We could definitely not do the swarm. We could storm the spire. Because suffering builds character and we want to better ourselves. But, I feel like Draeneur Gauntlet could be fun, depending on the type of enemies that we get. They could be obnoxious, but if the enemies are obnoxious, like the Zenkethi, or who else is obnoxious? Iconians are pretty annoying. The Voth with their damage reflection shields, which would be like the perfect opportunity for us to switch back to kinetic because we will be yeeting ourselves on their shields. You know, out of kindness, Drenur! Or Peril over Pavo. You know, it's the exact same thing. Drenur Gauntlet. It is the exact same thing, but supposedly with a different theme, I guess. I don't know. I honestly do not know the justification for that degree of blatant laziness. Are those? Yes, those are green. So if I click this one, they did not both go. I thought that was a thing. I thought that if you made them both green, that they launched. Did I not make both of them? I'm not seeing a change. Whatever, we will do it manually.
Enemy ships detected. They're on an intercept.
What did we get? I believe Brigand would be Orion's. And if I am correct, then this really shouldn't be challenging. I'm not aware of them having anything that is particularly obnoxious or potent.
The parts are ready.
Might try to steal contraband from us. But I don't think that has any actual impact. I do not believe that they literally steal your contraband if you happen to have any. Oh, my little pets. Here's a little trick I'll be showing you for those of you who are unaware of it, that you can go to full impulse and then drag down your throttle, and you might find yourself surprised at how maneuverable you are while at like 1/4-ish full impulse. And you can zip up super fast. Like if your ship normally goes flying off into the distance, going to 0 like this, while you're at full impulse, like you do not have the same slidey mechanic when you're using full impulse in this fashion. So the more you know. Need to add that as something I can like push a button and it goes like Nya over my head with a star in the rainbow.
Picking up multiple enemy signals on sensors.
Get them! Get them, my pets! Yep, Orion corvettes. I was correct. How's our deeps doing? 129, not bad. Although you can see my forward shield facing is down, and none of the others are. Most irritating. I'm going to have to fix that with my macros, but remedying that would be a little intensive at this time, so we will just complain about it. We're not even using our grab well. Somebody else is, but we're not. That was not us. So that would contribute to our deeps even further, but we're not trying that hard. Not on enemies that don't require the effort. Especially because it might set off some powers that we might want in reserve. I mean, honestly, we don't need any of our powers to be reserved for this particular part. And when the, what are they called? The dreadnoughts, when they start coming, they also probably will just dissolve before our might. But, let's see. where I have placed my chat, I will not be able to see if there's another science ship here with us. Or, you know, like science heavy. Somebody is using a gravity well, and they might want to guard the middle. And I will let them if they want to. But if nobody volunteers, then I will volunteer as tribute. I will Katniss. Katniss. I will Katniss Everdeen. And I will do the duty and make them regret all spawning in my forward arc. Because truly that will have been a mistake on their part. I really should find the sweet spot between these two spawn points so I can just basically turn this way, and then this way, and then this way, and then this way. It'd be remarkably handy though if we could turn better at a standstill. Oh, this seems to be a good little... Yes, yes, kick in my little competitive engines. I think I need to adjust my throttle settings because mine are set to like 1/8 impulse increments instead of 1/4. And it seems that at 1/4 you do not turn nearly as well as when you're at 1/8. So even though I like being able to go a little bit slower, it's a little bit more micromanagey. And also it seems to believe that 1/8 impulse is sort of a thing, but not really. Like, it's not functionally different, but it takes me 2 clicks to get out of being in reverse, which is really annoying, honestly. I just haven't been bothered to fix it. Because while it is bothersome in the moments in which it is bothersome, as soon as it's not, I'm like, you know, out of sight, out of mind. Well, yep, that is a science ship. That is definitely... That is the one from which spore-infused anomalies comes, so... They may be like, please, please let me guard the middle. Although guarding the middle solo does mean surviving, so who knows? Mm-hmm. Oh. I think we were at 90k DPS earlier, weren't we? And now it's at over 100. I'm liking that. Unless I'm completely mistaken. Because for a moment there I was like, well, how did we drop to this? I thought we were at 130. I'm going to be bold and move toward the middle to mark my territory and claim it, perhaps. And then if somebody challenges me for it, then, you know, I might let them have it, because most people are not very receptive to this tactic. They'll be like, no, I am doing the middle with their, you know, 5k DPS and definitely not ability to survive the task. Like, no, I will do this. I've done it before. Or they think you need help and you do not. You very aggressively do not. Like, it's okay, sweetie, you can go. Perhaps the people struggling on one of the sides need your help. What? Map awareness? Why would I do that? Why would I possess that? Let's see. Is someone being merciful and going over there? No. So we're doing a 3-2 split, I'm guessing. 3-1-1? No, whatever. It'll be fine. Maybe somebody will catch a flying wild clue when perhaps they struggle. Or perhaps they are going to, like, their true glory is about to shine as they solo that one side. Because it is honestly so much more difficult when everything's coming from different directions. Get 'em! Get 'em! Unleash the Hydra! Huh. Why did we burst forward? I am not sure why we why we burst forward in that moment. I don't think I was... No, we're gonna have to try that again. Hopefully our unconventional systems build will bring our enemies, our Hydra, back online so we can try it again and see what exactly it's up to. I'm also not entirely clear of how good it is at actually doing damage. It may honestly not be worth setting off for the annoyance of, you know, bringing us to a stop and all the stuff it does. All the effects for, like, the sake of coolness. It may in fact just be a waste to activate. Especially if it's taking our... Like, if our pets were superiorly denying the area and it, like, stops them from doing that because it's like, no, you will do this now, then it could very easily be that it's counterproductive. Let's see, we're doing it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that hit anything. I don't know if it did anything. I'm not really seeing much in the way of visuals, but there's a bunch of spam, so you never know. Gravity well, please do your job. Let's see, how big is my gravity well? Because we have made some sacrifices. 9.6. That's not bad. Hopefully that will keep everything all nice and sucked together. The Pit of Despair. Looks like Generator Alpha is taking some difficulties, but they are surviving, so we applaud you. We applaud you. Gravity well. Yes. Get to work.
Generator Alpha is at 75%.
75%. With 2 minutes, 20 seconds-ish to go. I'm sure it's fine. We're not taking, like, any damage, but of course these are not challenging enemies, if we're being honest. Get it. Let's go. Hydra, go. Oh my. That looked impressive, didn't it? Did everybody see that shot kind of like... Get off my lawn. All the way. Oh my. I can actually set that to spam too. Like, you know, I can set my three to spam and it will go off as frequently as it possibly can, and that might be useful for just like being aggressive and fun. It's also, what are we? 1 minute. Yeah, let's go ahead. Hopefully that will go off. We will find out. Ooh. And then team tactical buff. Yes. Go. Hydra. Close. Come on. Blam. That did look quite potent. And I think the visual might be a smidge buggy, but it seems like it might actually do some work. Neko approves. Assuming it, you know, shows up in the parse properly. If it's just like, it looks so cool, but it does literally nothing. But I mean, things look like they were like there and then not, so I'm guessing that it may in fact do something.
Shield Generator Alpha is at 50%.
50% with how long to go? 4 seconds. You'll be fine. Ooh, I think our Hydra might be going off.
Enemy fleets have
Get it. Blam. You know what? Even our little pet, our little drone that protects us, fires off the Hydra. It swarms up and is like, blam! You thought I was just for protection? Have you seen Captain America's shield? It's got nothing on me. All right. 276k. Almost 277. That is also not shabby. Let's see. Yes, I will repair the satellite. I'm honestly just looking for noms. Just double checking. I'm quite curious if green go away. Did I not? Okay, good. I am curious if any of the rest of you noticed that sometimes it seems like drops do not generally happen for me in a TFO. Noms, I found some. They don't normally happen for me generally, but I notice that they drop for other people. Like I'll only find drops, like I'll play the same exact TFO and there are no drops until someone else, like just some random person. I'm wondering, is it because they're new? Is this one of those things? Because it does seem that this game literally has bugs that apply to just you, nobody else. That, you know, like what's special about you? Why do you get drops in TFOs and I basically only get drops in patrols? I would be quite curious to know if anybody else has noticed such a phenomenon. Let's see. Randomly to foe. Again. Do. So yeah, on that one, I would declare the ship a success. Look at those deeps. But, what would have really been like, you know, proof in the pudding is if they were the Voth. Like, do we withstand our own firepower when they reflect it with their shields? Who else? You know, for some reason I feel like the Tholians are kind of annoying, but I don't, again, I'm not like specifically remembering why they are annoying. Obviously the Zenkethi with their group tactics, and Iconians with their like sub-nuke and disable. Mokai can be annoying, but they generally like are only annoying if you get really close and they send you flying. And generally we try to kill them very far away from us. So, yeah, I'd like to see a challenge. And honestly, the only things that really come to mind is we're like, are you going to be challenged? Is it going to be hard to stay alive? Is like Hive Onslaught or Infected? Well, looks like we're doing ground. Well, intermission, y'all. We were showing off a ship, but now we are going to show off. Well, this one tends to be pretty quick, especially if we avoid those buggy optionals that practically refuse to complete. Which very often people choose to not do that. They just are like, let us get it done and get back to what we were doing before, because, well, especially when those optionals just refuse. They're like, no. Save these people? What? Go where so that we are no longer in danger? No, we will not.
Remember, you need to deactivate all of the devices together.
Fortunately, Nope. Fortunately, our gambling device chose to be benevolent, and so we are crit buffed. Let's see. Okay, everything is dead.
You have 15 seconds
Where
the other two Iconian
are
devices
the gateways?
simultaneously.
Okay. Are they taken care of? Somebody's on that one. Looks like somebody isn't at that one.
The devices are resetting. Synchronize and try again. Initiate shutdowns at the same time. You have 15
Somebody else I think
seconds
beat me to it.
disable the other two Iconian devices
Wait.
simultaneously.
Was it not? Oh, there it is. I think some things are kind of being a little invisible to me at the moment.
Devices. We need to move to the next area.
Oh, where are we going? This way. Get him, Cyclops. Bloom. You know, a ground mission I really would not be mad to get is Operation Wolf. I actually quite enjoy fighting the shuttlecraft.
You have 15
I know
seconds
that...
to
Oh, it looks like
disable
we
the
are
other
maybe
two
attempting
Iconian
to...
devices simultaneously.
Maybe we're trying? We'll see. We did at least one of the optionals. Let's see if it
The
turns
devices are
green.
resetting. Synchronize and try again. Initiate shutdowns at the same
Can
time.
the person who's trying to save the fire team... Oh, they did it! Good for you!
15 seconds to
Sometimes
disable the other two Iconian
trying
devices
does stuff.
simultaneously.
We did our part. We shut down this thingamabob.
The heralds
Yay.
are activating a new set of devices. Proceed to that location.
This thing is so satisfying. The Shax. The Shax cannon, the portable phaser cannon special issue. We will attempt to save this man. Are you coming with us? Yeah. Follow the leader.
You have 15 seconds to disable the other two Iconian devices simultaneously.
Come along. Good boy. Somebody save the puppies? Yes. Go. Good job.
Devices are
Dun,
resetting.
dun, dun.
Synchronize and try again. Initiate shutdowns at the same time.
Having a little bit of
You have 15 seconds to disable
navigational
the other two
difficulty on
Iconian
those stairs, it
devices
looks like.
simultaneously.
Go, 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 go.
The devices are resetting. Synchronize
Well,
and try again. Initiate
I'm
shutdowns
using
at the same time.
sure-footed, so if something explodes on top of me, it will not send me flying, hopefully. Generally, sometimes they're like, it's a super explosion! All this loot popping up is reminding me that we should very likely dock and sell all of our stuff to Quark again, because our inventory is probably going to start popping up being like, no, you cannot nom this. And that will be most disappointing.
You have 15 seconds to disable the other two Iconian devices
Crouch, and
simultaneously.
then do this so that we cannot be interrupted. Well, likely won't be interrupted.
The devices are resetting. Synchronize and try again. Initiate shutdowns at the same time. You have 15 seconds to disable the other two Iconian devices simultaneously.
Dun dun
A
dun.
herald leader is here. Stop it before it can break into the Great Hall.
Run! Run! Targeting the gateways first. Yes! I mean, honestly, that is a good strategy. It's a bit annoying for the purposes of our, like, if we are on the DPS race. But, yeah, those probes, those, V'ger probes, they do some work, don't they? They're not appropriate to my Cyclops theme. Oh, look at the cute little chibi ones!
They shall certainly return.
Oh, look at you, so cute. I wonder what did that.
Toward the Great Hall.
Let's see here. Yeah, they do some work. They don't fit my build, so I'm not going to use them. Although, you know, maybe I could someday because, of course, Captain Admiral Cyclops could, you know, have a device in his pocket that does that. It doesn't all have to be, you know, exactly specifically Cyclops themed. Like everything is just damage buffs so that his, you know, optic blast hand cannon, because that is how we justify him in this game, is that the visor collects his eye energy and routes it through the cannon. Doesn't, not everything has to be explicitly, you know, blam! Although it could be. You know what, we could probably, I'm gonna just do a little quick check and see what we're using on him. Ambush, yes. Visor emulation overlay, yep, that's a miracle worker. Battle strategies, yes. Trajectory bending. Deadly intent. Yeah, basically it's just all make that gun go boom, right? Like blam. There's nothing wrong with that. In fact, I don't think we're going to alter his build at all because it's quite effective and it's thematic. And here on the Bestest Neko channel, we enjoy a theme. Join random. Watch it give us ground. Of course, it would be much more appropriate if we were actually using a TNG skin. Could just be the lighting, but I felt like ablative colorings looked a bit seafoamy. Like seafoam gray. I do enjoy the very, very aggressively present secondary deflector. Here's hoping that we get a space map. Dear RNGesus, please have mercy on us. We are on stream. And we're supposed to be showcasing this here ship. So give us a space map. And lead us not unto... No. Into the valley of the shadow of death we go. Oh, prayer does nothing. Anyway, there was going to be more to our Lord's Prayer. Nobody cares about you, sir. Actually, I think I have to tell him roll out. Let's see. How will the rest of our prayer go? You know, dear RNGesus, we are on stream. Lead us not unto Swarm or Grethor. Deliver us from gravity kills. Oh. We'll have to hash that one out. We'll have an official channel prayer to RNGesus. Specifically Stowe's RNGesus. Who is honestly probably the most vicious RNGesus in existence. And, you know, of course I'm saying that, but there, I'm sure, are mobile games out there that are just way worse.
Fire in the hole!
I like standing next to the explosive device.
Obstacle clear.
Get it. Blam. Get out here, all you varmints. Oh, somebody with the probes, yes. Do some work. Get it done. They're angry probes, and they do some work, don't they? Where are... Get it? Is that everything? Could be. Oh, Okay. Whatever. Oh, I forgot for us to go back and clear our inventory. It'll be fine.
Fire in the hole!
Blam!
Clear to proceed.
Oh. Alarm bug. Death to the alarm bug. Well, you know what? They'll get it. It's fine. What is up there glowing so vigorously? Well, I know what, I suppose, but why? Get it? Blam. Just waiting for the bombs to blow.
Fire in the hole!
Oh, nom nom nom. Let's
Area
see.
clear. Scans show that we need to jump down this narrow fissure in the rock. Be careful. I don't know what's
I know
waiting for us
exactly
at the
what's down
bottom.
here because I've done this a million times before. Ooh. I hope that the person who has the Vitra probes is also the person who's using the hardcore version of orbital devastation, because it would just be chef's kiss for them to be like, all the energy beams of death, all the energy pillars, go toward the light. Ooh, yep.
According to our scans, there's a tunnel under us. Give me a moment. I'll
Now
clear
we
a
must
path.
commence the ritual. The
Fire in the
ritual.
hole!
The ritual. This is...
That first step.
Somebody else was aware. This is the way. This is the way. Refusing to proceed until we speak to him. Yes, sir. Go. Do your job.
Cover me.
He could have just run over there and been like, I'm going to place a bomb here. Cover me. But instead he's like, oh, let's wait. Wait until I catch my breath from following you around doing basically literally nothing. I'm a demolitions expert. Any engineer with that kit module could be doing what you're doing right now. Though I suppose he would be important for a team with no engineer on it. But, I mean, come on. They could have sent us an exocomp and I expect it would have been more competent. I do suspect that this section of this TFO might actually go faster the faster you kill things. Because it's felt that way before. So I do try to, try hard in this particular instance. And I think that that's a good thing. If you're going to do, just a murder fest, then the rate at which you murder the things, it'd be nice if, it's timed, but, maybe you get a second knocked off for every enemy that you massacre, so that it still is, you've got a time gate. Go away, sir. So at the very least, you feel some sense of, I helped, instead of we're just wasting our time here, aren't we? Sucking the ground. Why? That is made most unclear. Perhaps it's in a story element that I have just forgotten, but I feel like that was literally pointless. Doing some deep. Get her. Get her, my little tardigrade. Go on. Keel over. Oh, look at those fancies. I haven't even used that warp console from the, or kit module from the pack. Dun, dun, dun. But it looked kind of spiffy. I'm not sure if it specifically spoke to me of a theme that I could be doing, but it looked interesting, like something I should examine and make a theme for. Theme up, yes. Had a few people trying hard on that one, didn't we? A lot of decent DPS numbers. Not that DPS is everything, mind you. But it is good to be aware. Very often I actually use my parser just to know, like, how hard do I need to try to, like, where do I need to be? Like in that last TFO, that Drenur Gauntlet, seeing that my DPS was basically the other team, the rest of the team combined, that was a very strong indicator that I should be the one in the middle soloing it. You know, for the sake of everyone else. But of course, that science person, you know, well, I don't know if they were a science captain, but they were in a science ship they were with us on the left-hand side, and then we abandoned them. But they held their own. Yes, their side took some damage, but all by themselves, they kept it alive throughout the entire thing. So and I don't think they died. At least I didn't notice that they died, but my chat kind of covers a portion of my screen. Not like fully, but it interferes. So they could have died. But if they did die and they ran right back over there and still soldiered on, then good for them, and they did a good job. All right. We're going to try randoming again. Surely we have run out of ground TFOs. Neko said, guaranteeing that Into the Hive or whatever is what we're doing next. I hope you brought your Thompson. Spoiler alert, I did. So. And no, I am not above switching to my machine gun when they give me Borg. Yes, I love a theme, but I am not remodulating that frequently, thank you. I refuse. Honestly, I really think that the remodulation on ground, yes, it respects the shows, but at the time we're supposed to be at, I feel like our ground weapons should be self-modulating too. Because the self-modulator, like the modulation, that has to be like a cell phone chip that they could just put into a hand phaser, right? Like you don't, it's not like our ship has like this entire pod is devoted to rejiggering our frequency of weapons. It's like literally just like some child's toy on the ship could handle the duty, I'm quite certain. So why our hand weapons do not modulate is beyond me. Oh, there are 3 paths. That's okay. Or we do not require.
Rifts that need to be closed.
Is it already started? Oh, interesting. Oh, no. I think this is a bug. We have, for some reason, been made immune to the lockdown. We will respect it in solidarity. There we go. Although honestly, we should have like backtracked. Go back to start. We are not cheating. We're not cheaters in this house. Interesting that we're not picking up anybody else's deep. Either we have wildly overestimated how kind we were being when we ran over here, or
performing a scan of the rift now.
Or we're too far away, because, you know, that's how the parser works. You're distant, then it tends not to do its job.
Close the fluidic rift now. An Undine dreadnought has entered local space.
I think we might be
Undine fluidic space rift gamma has been closed.
in the lane that... Come on, Noms, get in my tum-tum. Num 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 num. I think we might be in the lane in which the...
Undine fluidic space rift beta has been closed.
the Tethys Bio Dreadnought. Oh no, it's actually quite far from us. You know what, we'll ignore it. We'll let everybody else handle it. Since it did not spawn in our lane, though honestly I feel like it never wants to spawn in my lane. Like it honestly feels like a conspiracy that it... Like, I'm in the lane that it normally shows up in and it did not show up here. Like, no. Not you. Not this again. I think it would especially rue the fact that I'm quite certain that me being placated, which it loves to do, is not going to placate my pets. So even if it blinds me, my pets are going to just wreck its day. We are immune to damage, but not immune to being pulled. Noted.
Performing a scan of the rift.
And we do
now.
need to remember to go to Quark and sell our stuff. Out of sight, out of mind. That is how Neko works.
Close the fluidic rift now. Undine fluidic space rift Omega has been closed.
I wonder if somebody's bothering with the errant fluidic rifts. Obviously, I did not care enough. It's nice when somebody does, though. Often when I'm doing this in a group of friends, like Gouty Man very often will tend to the optional. Wait, where are we relative to that? What is the green thing toward which the arrow is pointing? Oh my. Middle aisle has done nothing. You very much wonder how that happened. Surely the game did not provide that aisle with no one in it. Perhaps somebody got assigned this aisle and was like, but I don't wanna. Or perhaps they're like, I want to fight a dreadnought. Do we even have a science ship here to do the scanning? I feel like this is... Let's go find it. It's probably... Oh, it's back here doing combat. Are there allies over here? Like ally NPCs. Oh my goodness. What a failure. A failure to do our one job. I mean, to be fair, this was not my lane, but
An Undine dreadnought has entered local
it's
space.
given somebody the opportunity to go and do those errant rifts. Shall escort you. I must admit that Neko's getting a little hungry, so I may need to... Oh, well, you know, we'll have to just decide if it's ending the stream for now, because I might be back. I might be back. Or an intermission. I think perhaps it might be a will be back type of moment, because it takes some time, get some noms, and just recharge for a little bit.
Close the fluidic rift now.
Get it.
Undine Fluidic Space Rift Alpha has been closed.
Let's go. Faster. Also, if I take said break, which honestly is not an if because my tum-tum is quite persistent in this moment, it would also potentially be an opportunity for me to adjust my macro so I can shut my cry hole about how it sure would be nice if XYZ. It'll also give me a bit of time to think about exactly how I want to implement that, because there are myriad ways in which I could make things go the way that I want them to, and it will certainly take some thought to determine the best course forward. Does it say that errand rifts have been done? Well, some have been done. Good. Thank you for your service, whoever.
Close the fluidic rift now.
Whoever that is. Thank you for your
Rift
service.
High has been closed.
Let's yeet ourselves over here. And we shall unleash the Hydra upon this monstrosity. Fight monster with monster, that's what I say. Dun, dun, dun. And of course, this is a terrible parsing map because of all of the shenanigans, but, you know, comparatively, if that's what we're judging ourselves by, then I'm sure it still did very well. I mean, we didn't feel anything, right? Everything was dead in the fashion in which it needed to be. And we did not die at all. Of course, we had that little snafu where somebody did not escort their science ship to the appropriate location. But it was fine. I'm curious if there's going to be another errant rift between the lanes, though. Because there is a little trick. Oh, is that one? That looks like one. Looks like one to me. It is. I'm going to close it. As a tactical, this should not spawn anything for me to have to deal with. And as a carrier, my pets would probably draw attention anyway. Stop. Stop. And this will increase our reward. Dun, dun, dun. So, fleet marks. How many did we get? I'm in the way. Oh, my parser's in the way. Does that say 150? That's a pretty good haul for non-bonus. Because that was non-bonus. We've been taking fleet marks this whole time. Alrighty. I think I'm going to take a break. Oh, another one showed up. I could have sworn. Oh, you know what? It was the 5 out of 6 that was on the screen. I believe that was the actual objectives. I thought that maybe it was counting errant rifts. as well or keeping track of them. But to know. But at any rate, I think... Oh, wait, hold on. We are going to remember to go to Quarks and sell our stuff. Thank you, DS9, for being visible. Like I said, out of sight, out of mind. And then we will take a break because Neko is hungry. And perhaps some of you are too, although y'all just have the freedom to get up, take Neko on your phone or your wireless headphones and listen to my delightful commentary
What can I get?
or whatever. Let's see here. But who would want to honestly just listen to Neko? I mean, yes, honestly, I can get that, but look at how cute I am. You should do both. Anyway, let me see. Sell. Yep, sell, be gone. And some of you may have noticed this is also a macro that is clicking for me just aggressively. And I like to put my sell button directly beneath the approval button so they just automatically, I mean, yes, could I set it so that it holds control while this happens? Yes. But, you know, meh, this works just as well. You know what, but maybe I will. Maybe I will make that a macro thing where it just holds down control and then spams. Spams click, like, be gone, be gone. Okay, like I said, very hungry. I think we're going to take like an actual food break in which preparation happens. Although, granted, there are things like, you know, preheating the oven, if that's what we're doing, that, you know, we could be playing while it's doing that. Well, what does Neko want? What does Neko want to eat? I don't know. I don't think I have those little pastas that are just like kind of already cooked and I just put them in a bowl with some sauce and some water and throw them in the oven. Like that's not how you're supposed to cook them, but it totally works. And so that's how I do it. Neko probably wants chicken. Neko eats a lot of chicken. But that's what cats should do, right? Or fishies. But honestly, I'm a land Neko, I guess. I'm not nearly as fond of fish as my ears would indicate. Alrighty. Yeah. We're going to stop the stream for now. And I think anybody who is here, I do not see a viewer count, because I do stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And this restream chat is supposed to give me a viewer count stat somewhere, but Lord help me if I have been able to actually locate where it's supposed to be. So anybody who is still here, oh, you know what? No. I'm going to go to Twitch. I'm going to go to Twitch. I'm going to find out how many people we have, because if we actually have a worthy party, we will raid somebody, because I have heard that that is courteous. It is courteous. So stream manager. 4 viewers. We have 4 whole viewers. So, shall we, like, raid channel the button? Honestly, I'm still very new at this, so I'm going to click this button. We're going to find out together. Raid channels. Channels you follow. Find a channel. Let's do, I type in Star Trek Online. Oh, let's see. Perhaps. Well, I need to check real quick. There is a search function. Come on now. We're going to look. Star Trek Online. they are not lying. There's somebody named Ash Said Hi who has 600 plus viewers. I think we are not going to raid them because they already have so many viewers that we're going to favor somebody who doesn't have as many viewers. 5 more channels. Show us. Who all are we looking at? Who knew that rating somebody would be such a choice? Like whose hands do I trust you to? And of course I'm getting a Carl's Jr. ad. When looking for like, where will I send my people? And this is not very kind because I'm just trying to find a new home for you. And I want to make sure that you get sent to someone kind and gentle and entertaining. This Greebog person sounds fun. So far. I will send you to them, assuming Star Trek Online. Let me just double check and make sure. Greebog? Yes, Greebog. I'm going to send you to Greebog. Start raid. We are unable to raid Greebog at this time. Why? You know what? We're just going to go down this list. We're going to try to raid whoever it will let us raid. I want to do my first raid. Come on. Star Trek Online. So we have no idea what we're going to... Well, Bambi Sparkles. How can we not raid somebody with that name? Start raid. We are unable to raid Bambi Sparkles at this time. You know what? I'm going to refresh. Refresh the page because who knows? Maybe that's a problem. Raid a channel. Star Trek Online. And thank you to anybody who is mercifully staying with me while I attempt my first raid. Greebog. I want to raid Greebog. They seem nice. Start raid. Unable. Error. Huh. Star Trek Online. Is it going to let us raid Ash Said Hi? We're last resort. Simply because they have so many viewers already. I do not want to... Like, that would just be rude to not... Oh, Kitty Chaotica does not accept incoming raids. Be that way. It has me in the list. Let's raid myself. You know what? I'm going to try Ash Said Hi to see if it works. Unable to raid. You know what? I honestly don't know what's happening. It's quite possible that I'm too new to Twitch. If they're like, you're not allowed to raid people. I shall ask Adam the Ant Plays. He has been most helpful in teaching me the ways of Twitch. And so I will ask Senpai for guidance. Sensei. Alrighty. Well then, it looks like we're just ending the stream then. Because raiding is impossible. Okay, let's see here. Alright. Well, thank you to my viewers. I may be back later, but it is now time for noms. So any of you who have perhaps not already followed and would like to see if and when Neko returns, then be sure to hit that follow button. And if you are watching on YouTube, then like, comment, and subscribe, or whatever else you're supposed to do. Like, honestly, I do not know. Hit that bell for the notifications or whatever. I should be a better YouTuber, I guess. Like, figure out what else they say. Yeah, so I look forward to seeing each and every one of you later. Ta-ta for now.